Hello? Oh, so when the light is on, it is on. And when the light is very on, it is on. Right. You have to cues. Thank you very much for those welcoming remarks, Carol, from the Launchpad. And Tim, it is a round of applause before we proceed. Thank you very much for that. It was quite a tearjerker for me when Tillman was acknowledging the growth and progress of Launchpad. I tried hard, Tillman, to cry. Us, the rate, and I've just been not captured because I was given the wrong mic. I will deal with that later in my own way because that was my moment of fame gone. At the moment, I'm holding this microphone because apparently I'm now live on YouTube. Is that correct? Someone waved to confirm that. Thank you very much. So I'll make sure that I get someone to log in and check that they can hear me and not the mute situation. Can I also remind you, if you just come in into the conference and those who have been here from when we started, the coffee station is now frowning and totally miserable because no one has visited. So if you want a coffee, please, outside the two French doors to the right, help yourself to coffee. But don't go in your drawers. Don't make it into a rush. But one by one, get in there. I've been told that the coffee is waited. So we will now straight into the actual opening remarks from these are pretty much our guest of honor, and we've got two of them. I will start from the top. German event here with Launchpad. If the partnership is a triangle, then two of those angles come from Germany, and we've got one from Tanzania. So I would like to invite to this stage Dr. Catherine Stein, who is the Deputy German Ambassador for Tanzania, to give us her opening remarks. Karibu, Madam Ambassador. We will give you this mic so they can hear you.
Yeah, it works. Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased and honored to be here. When I arrived yesterday, we had that amazing startup event at the Westerwelle Startup House. And I was one of the opening partners a year ago. And whenever you open a new whatsoever location company, you think, see 3 young guys later. Uh, it is a big, big event. I'm so proud, and I thank Konrad Adenauer Foundation to invite me here. It's always a pleasure coming to Adenauer because of the weather. Just a side remark. No, thanks so much for having me. I feel proud to be here because you guys know what's important. Because digitalization, for the Germans, we have the same problems in Germany. We are fighting and try to improve our digitalization in Germany. You may think Germany, we are a big economy, very successful for sure, but we have our shortcomings as well, and that's digitalization, I tell you. So we both have the same challenge. Why not work together? Then we saw one of the apps yesterday, one of the startup events, the same app we're looking for in Germany as well. Wouldn't that be a great business to combine it? Because we are working on the same ideas like apps for health data and accounting. There's so much in common, and that was even my personal mission behind when we had the German president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. He came to Tanzania 10 days ago. It was October 31st. We had a business roundtable in Dar es Salaam with a established economy, so to say. And we had with my colleague from Nairobi, Antje Steiner, a startup event after the luncheon at State House, intended with both presidents, but your president, the Tanzanian president, at very short notice, she denied. But our German president and the German business delegation attended the startup event, and they were very impressed by the Tanzanian startups here. So, guys, what we really have to focus on, it's the future of Tanzania and the future of startups, new companies, new entrepreneurial spirit. You can find it in Tanzania. It's an honor for Germany to support it as much as we can. There are several tools available. Um, and because I only speak for Germany, but even the European Commission, we have tools as well to support young ideas, creative, innovative people, because it's the same world and we're facing the same challenges: climate, digitalization, pandemic, health issues. We all suffered from the pandemic. So we have so much in common. Let's do it together. I wish you all much success, much luck today. Congratulations to be here. You are the smart guys who know where to be on that time, on that city. Arusha here, it's the place you have to be here. And you guys are so smart to be here. So let's continue very soon and make the best out of it. Good luck and hope to see you again. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. Another round of applause, please, as she heads back. Fantastic. Now I'd like to welcome Jason Danguzi from ICT Commission to give us the welcoming remarks from the government of Tanzania. Karibu.
Thank you, Henry. Madam Dr. Catherine Steinbrenner, Deputy Ambassador of Germany in Tanzania, resident representative of CAS. I'm told also the AHK, co-founder and executive director of Launchpad Tanzania, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Initiate, we are honored to be invited in this event. But before I proceed, on Monday, I was in Arusha to attend an event of an Arusha ICT Summit. I was invited by the Institute of Accountants in Arusha. And on your behalf, I would like to recognize Dr. Cairo Mwaitete. He's the Deputy Rector, Finance Administration and Research, right? Yes. He was the one who invited us, and they had a big event in Arusha at the Institute of Accounts. And I'm happy to see him here because we are also doing the same under the same initiatives. So just from the ICT Commission, we are looking at this East Africa Regional Digitalization Conference as one of the important platforms to rethink and brainstorm on relevant approaches that can establish collaborative frameworks, which can catalyze growth in the digital economy of Tanzania and even the region of East Africa at all. It's important that we are looking forward to the outcome of this event. We hope it can give life to the region on Africa's digital transformation and the role of governments, individuals, non-government and development partners on the best approaches on how can we build sustainable digital economies without leaving other people behind, meaning that put more emphasis on digital inclusion. As you may be aware, Tanzania now is reviewing its national ICT policy, and the review process is aiming to align the pace of digital technologies, consumer growth, and applications. So it's vital that this review process to be aware and informed of the thinking and the ideas of such platforms. South African, we call it Africa Digital East Africa Regional Digitalization Conference. And when I was thinking on what to talk about this morning, I was inspired by the one famous author called Spencer Johnson. He's an American physician and author. He had a book called Who Moved My Cheese? And he said in that book, a decade is long enough to allow a number of new breakthroughs to surface in almost every industry. Emerging digital technology gives us something and wants us to do something. At the time, maybe we feel we are not ready yet to do anything. The only question to ask is, how quickly are we able to adapt? That's the main question. How quickly are we able to adapt? And this is something that matters most. So I also think like the context of this platform and the topical discussions which will be discussed in this event, we'll be looking at the context of how
Genius. If we do that, we'll all feel really good about ourselves and our self-esteem will go really high up. So between us, we'll conjure up a plan to do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm sure the technical bits have been done there. But whilst they're doing all of that, Jean can introduce herself and kind of like prepare the plan. So give us some energy. Let's be very attentive at this point, and we'll hear all about bridging the gap between European Union and East Africa. Jean Karibu, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much. That's first of all really broad topic for human being to kind of break that down. Good morning. I'm not sure you can see that because I can't, but I also feel really awkward introducing myself. Every time I'm asked who are you, so my mind goes empty for a second. And the fact that I've not had coffee, I'm still picking up my brain. But good morning. My name is Jean Maki. I am the managing partner of Sakuda Design Hub, which is one of the innovation spaces in Kampala. But I also lead an umbrella association called Startup Uganda, where all the ESOs, so anyone working with innovators, so academia, innovation hubs, VCs are under Startup Uganda. Could we ditch that for a second? Can you hear me at the back? I feel like I'm just like echoing. Okay. Could we kind of stumble into a version of a presentation? How does this work? Wait, press the R. No. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, much better. Great. So those are the two organizations that I represent. And because I needed to buy time, but also wanted us to draw the focus and just get attention together, I need you to pay attention to this video. Okay? If you just ditch whatever you're doing. And no. Gonna click that link for me. Thank you. Technologies, emerging technologies. Somehow the YouTube link has to work because this is a digital conference. Okay. Okay. Ready? Yeah. So all you're doing is counting how many times the players in white pass the basketball, right? Yeah. So eyes on the screen. All right. How many? 15? Okay. How many people counted 15? Someone had a different number? 10, 12. Okay. 17. Okay. Anyone had a different number? Okay. Could you unpause? So the correct answer is indeed 15. But did anyone see the gorilla? Oh my goodness, who saw the gorilla? Okay. We doesn't go back to the slide. How many people saw the gorilla again? Have you done this test before? Well, you okay? You don't count if you've done the test before. Um, but this was my way of just drawing you for us to just like pay attention to the topic that I found really, really broad. But I thought I'm really talking to the experts in the room. By default, you're in the innovation space. So these are the facts. You kind of already know the statistics. And if you do a quick Google search, based on, whether in your tech or innovate for education or telemedicine, you have a snippet of what the digital divide looks like. So I needed us to do a little more handsy work. Okay. So I'm going to make you do the work with me to think through some of these things that we already know that are also just accessible on Google. So we're going to do a really quick trip. Just the next slide, please. Oh, I have a controller. Sorry, I'm just oh, oh, come on, come on. Yeah, no, no, down. Ah, we're going to do a really quick trip to Europe, and Europe in this case is going to be very German, and a trip to East Africa. And we're going to have just 3 groups, okay? Um, I don't know how you want to choose those groups, but a group is going to be Europe, maybe 2 European countries, and the other group is going to be East Africa. If we could quickly figure out a way to do that, because I'm going to make you do the work for me. Can I just be a dictator and decide that these 2 groups over here are going to be German? Okay, great. And you seem very East African to me. And so we're going to figure out a way to merge. And you don't need to continue sitting down, okay? So I'm going to bully you to figure out a way to hunt over a table and work with me. So I'm going to join this lady. Come on over, come on over. Over here. Over here is East Africa. And yeah. Yeah, East Africa. And all right, this table over here and the table back here. Could you come join them? We can form another European country and we can split with them. Half of you go there and half of you could turn. I think my math is not really mathing, but yes, you can join them. These 2 can join them. Thank you. Yeah? Okay. Are we all kind of part of a region? All right. So we have East Africa represented here. We have Europe 1. We have Europe 2, right? Okay. The Europe here is not quite seeming enthusiastic. So when I is okay, okay, great. We have a team here. Okay, great. All right. So on your pieces of paper, right? You're the experts in the room. So you know East Africa really well. And if you could think of that ecosystem, right? What are the strengths of that ecosystem in terms of digitalization? What are the weaknesses of that ecosystem? So you're going to do a whole SWOT analysis on one side of that paper, okay? Just quickly dive in with your group and make an analysis of the East African ecosystem in terms of their digitalization. What are they good at? What's not working so well? So you all know the SWOT analysis, right? Strength, weakness, threats. What's the last part? Yeah. Strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So you're going to make an analysis of Europe. What is going on really well in that ecosystem and that space? What are the weaknesses of that ecosystem? What are some opportunities that you see in that ecosystem? What are some of the threats? Okay? All right. So get to work. Have 7 minutes. Okay. So we have a timer on the screen, and once it's all blue, oh yes, sorry, we didn't markers, but some people are really creative already. So it's already on. Yes. So it's just once it turns all blue, that because it's counting. It's just a little bit slow unless it has paused. It's it's at the bottom. The blue and yellow. Yeah, yeah. It's already started. We have 3 minutes left, so if we could try to fill in that slot. We have 1 minute to just wind down East Africa. It's a lot of collaboration between countries. Hopefully, the Ugandan battalion is taking the lead. We had a bigger delegation. And the time is down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we could wind that down, you're going to pick a really kind person who is going to go through just really quickly what your expertise shared. Sorry? Sorry? Yeah. Oh, that's true. All right. I think we're done with our SWOT analysis. At least we're going to pen it there. So if you could just turn to the back of that page, page, paper, East Africa, we still have so much going. We're just going to turn our papers. And at the back, we're going to take three things that we would pick as recommendations to work towards the ideal things in our ecosystem. So three things. Just pick three things, three recommendations, three baby steps. So at the back of your paper, we're just going to write three things that we feel would be baby steps towards advancing that ecosystem, right? Oh, your work. Never mind. Can I get help with just three more papers? Three, what are they called? Just three? Thank you. Yeah. So just three things that you feel like the East African ecosystem can do. Just three recommendations, baby steps to advancing your ecosystem. What would it take to get to the ideal ecosystem? Right? A little bit. Thank you. There is your paper. Just three baby steps for your ecosystem. Just when you go over your SWOT analysis, what would be your top three recommendations as baby steps towards some sort of solution? I don't know if you started the last part, which is just 3 recommendations on the SWOT. But yeah, if you go real, yeah. Okay, I think we all have 3 recommendations, and some are definitely not very baby. They are, we're going straight adults recommendations. All right. I'm hoping you got a spokesperson to represent your region. Uh, you can come back from the trip. Must be very jet lagged. If you could sit down, please, and have your representative just stay. It's a good excuse to take the coffee. The coffee's on the house, just being sure, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for indulging. And whoever is less jet lagged could start first and just share with us. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning. We are Team Europe. I'm Laura from Startup Africa. So our SWOT, we see as strength, a very strong education system, social security, infrastructure, financial resources, and connected markets. On the other hand, as weakness, we see bureaucracy as a weakness and lack of talent due to the threat of an aging population, climate change, geopolitical conflicts. We have quite some aggressive neighbors, terrorists, and cybercrime. And we see a lot of opportunities, one on collaboration. So, for example, collaboration between Europe and Africa, globalization, and overall digitalization. And I think from there we can come to our recommendations.
Good morning. My name is Emi Rose from Tai, Tanzania. And the recommendations that we came up with from the group Europe are more collaborations between Africa and Europe, talent nurturing through hubs and different programs, and to improve market systems and political cohesion.
Thank you, Team Europe. We have a diplomat from East Africa that would like to take us through.
Hello, everybody. My name is Neema from Doto Hub. For us, we talk about on the strength. We have very flexible people who are willing to and to experience new things. A big population of youth in number, coordination in platform in countries like we have many startups in different countries which are willing to collaborate with. There is also police support. Right now, the government from both countries are willing to support the startups. Another one is availability of hub. We have very many hubs which are supporting the startups and entrepreneurship. On when we come to weakness, the operational of enabling policies. Right now, policies are also, we have said police on the other hand can be strength, but on the other hand, it can also be like a hindrance on the startups. Also, we have individual and interpersonal skills. Yes, there's a gap between people they don't have enough digital skills, lack of capital, capacity of entities to the operationalize the tech, penetration in rural and also lack of finance. When it comes to opportunities, okay, opportunities, there's enough uh, hubs across all both East African countries and also high projected growth of population and economy. And when it comes to this trades, shared vision in both countries, people enough they differ in the vision and resistance to change. We can also summarize it way forward. We can have integrated policies in both East African countries, and also they can provide education about awareness, budget, and curriculums in help youth so that they can be aware of the opportunities. And the last one is regional forums in both African countries so that they can come up together and share and engage with each other. Thank you.
Right. And the final group from Europe, is there any new or different information that has not been shared in any of these presentations that you'd like to pass across? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, East Africa. Is there anything different or new that you'd like to, yeah, in like 1 minute? And this reduces our question time. So I'm buying time so you don't ask any questions thereafter.
Hello, I'm Amanda from High Initiative. So in our group representing East Africa, the strength part, we have a big, large young population, as well as digital skills facilities, open for innovation, technology, advancement, and digital progress. And in the part of weakness, we have lack of digital infrastructure, shortage of energy, limited digital skills and personnel. In the part of opportunities, we have a lot of digital innovations, market accessibilities, cross in other borders, as well as government participation in frameworks. In the part of trade, we have a bit regulatory policies, sustainable financial financing, as well as data security. And the last is the babies, which are vocational education in ICT curriculum, as well as policy framework improvements and improving connectivity as well as infrastructures.
Thank you so much. And this just shows again the expertise is in the room. And there's resounding cross-cutting things. A lot to do with infrastructure, a lot to do with policy, a lot to do with talent and the skilling. And the narrative that has been is the digital divide. I think we talked about Europe enjoying, better infrastructure, and you think about internet connectivity. And I think it's interesting that, um, in East Africa, we're catching up. I think Kenya has a really good internet penetration. Tanzania, I think, is about 32 or something like that. And Uganda just launched its digital transformation journey, its roadmap. And I know Tanzania did the same as well. So we're all speaking the same language and working the same direction. However, I think, like some of the speakers said, there's a lot of work even in Europe. I remember my last trip to Berlin being frustrated that I have to find cash to pay because there's no M-Pesa. And it was really, really frustrating to have to go figure out where's the cash, and no one could take a visa. And that shows that help me realize there's so much growth in the fintech industry here that could be replicated. Just listening to a lot of the innovation. I have a confession. Does this microphone echo? Do I need to use it? Can you hear me fine? Yeah. Okay. The sound is not great. I hope it could be better. I have a confession. So coming from Uganda, it's until yesterday that I realized that I had a slight bias on the assumption of what Tanzania is. And I was deeply, deeply humbled. I remember out of the pitching room yesterday and telling a colleague, I have been so humbled by these speeches because they're really good. And that means that as we have a lot to do with, you don't brag a lot, but you should brag because those were really good innovations. And being in the region, that means that I'm sitting in Uganda on a high horse feeling like we're better placed. When with 6 speeches, all of them, I felt like I want to go back and figure out a way that I could find opportunities for them because they're really brilliant. Anyway, side note, but speaks about the region. Does this work? BPO. Anyone heard of the term before? Maybe I'll ask some of the innovators. What does BPO mean? Anyone has had an inkling of it? But okay, because he's nodding. Uh, yeah, Nicholas. Yeah. Sorry, dear professor.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas. I'm from Uganda. So just 2 weeks ago, we were in Germany, in Saxony, pitching for the BPO agenda for Uganda. So business process outsourcing. So I think in recent times, there's a strong urge for many innovation players or markets to strengthen the BPO as a new value chain. So here you're looking at creating linkages for businesses to be able to outsource certain services and then to use that as a building block for creating value in simple terms.
The microphone is be really loud, and I think the person in the back can hear me, right? You can hear me? Thank you. Awesome. So I get to use my hand. The BPO has been the biggest thing for Uganda to kind of focus on as an entry point because what does that do? That means that you can find remote work. and you can generate that. And I think a lot of this has been affirmed today. Europe, well, in this Germany has a really growing population. So they're looking for talent. Um, and the talent is in there. I think we say Europe together in Africa, and how can we be able to facilitate BPO? A lot of the solutions said yesterday could translate in another European country. But why is that not happening? I just really want to give a little food for thought. That program. And what was YouTube? Okay, YouTube is going on the microphone. So we're gonna use the microphone even when it's really irritating. So but why does it look? I remember again just being on a visit in Europe, and I think the governor in that area, the only developers they could think about were in Asia. They didn't really perceive Africa as a place where they get developers. And all his examples, like, yeah, we have really good, developers in India, and we work with those. And he was just really shocked that we have, developers here. And like we said, we have hubs, they're generating and stealing those kinds of talent. But what are the gaps there for us to be better placed to compete with the Asian market? Uh, Planning programs again have been affirmed here. I just use an example of the Erasmus. I think that was an easy example to use that showed that these soft learning programs, again, what do they do? Kind of exposure and showing you what is needed in these different spaces. Me being able to come here has left me walking away with a different perception of what the Tanzanian ecosystem could do. And as a startup owner, but also as someone in the space in Uganda, I'm more motivated to figure out linkages there. So how could we better facilitate this? I think this is not too far-fetched, right? We have three innovators going to Berlin. And to me, it's beyond meeting VCs. It's realizing that this is the infrastructure in Berlin and having an insight on what that culture is, for example, to know how you could better thrive there. I think we focus a lot on access to finance beyond all the other things. So how do we find these low-hanging fruits and a little bit more? Um, Cultural exchange programs. The culture exchange programs do, again, business is interacting with humans. And for me to just understand that in, Namibia, this is what the culture is there, that as you're working on your edutech solution, you're able to figure out just the culture and context in which you can actually thrive. And I feel like these are the little ways without it being very policy, and all those things are going to be really great to facilitate. But what is in our reach right now? What are the organizations that can facilitate this better? I'm really excited that Kenya announced no visas for African countries. And my president, Kagame, seems to jump on that. So waiting for Uganda to do the same and hopefully Tanzania. But how do you facilitate this better? And I think partnerships with us, with different embassies and development partners could make this happen beyond the fact that we're benchmarking, right? And being able to benchmark the policies that you just face that are working in Europe. And to me, I think the biggest thing, I know that the cast had a social convention in Uganda earlier this year. And something interesting came up, which was showing how the terrain is not even African founders. And the example that came up was PayPal, for example. While we're talking about digitalization, we're not thinking about the legalities around that that make it easy for a developer in Uganda, in Arusha, to be able to work in Canada. And how can we already talk about these legalities? So if PayPal has different rates for Ugandan founders, for African founders, and I think there's a conversation that we start finding the things within the system that are not working and deal with them. Beyond, of course, data protection and all those things. I like the questions that came up yesterday. Well, in Germany, this is how it works, so that may not really translate. And what that really does for an innovator is shaking us a little bit beyond our context. because we think of cross-border and we don't think about the laws that, make it difficult. We were having a chat over dinner yesterday and talking about trying to have a bank account in Germany for an African and the loops you have to go through. And we made jokes about finding your ancestors to write your recommendation letter. Uh, things like that. And, the fact that we don't have zip codes. And if you have to find a zip code to apply for a really good accelerator in, the UK, that makes it really difficult. I don't have a zip code in Kampala to be able to do that. But I think, again, that's what collaborations with agencies could help us better. That when you work under umbrella associations, the Tanzanian Startup Association, Ugandan Startup Association, to give a collective voice to start dealing with things like that, I think is a really, really great starting point. And that's really a blab. And the gist of that blab was to say that there's already work happening. So in Uganda, for example, we run the Uganda Innovation Week. And that's just an easy soft launch of showcasing and defining the narrative of Uganda as a destination for innovation. And how could we do that better? I think I'm still confused on that narrative because I feel like there's a lot of work on telling the narrative of the Ugandan story, the African story, of painting the picture that we are more than caves. But somehow that's not translating on the other side because I still get shocked every time I'm in Europe, the questions that are asked to me. And I think how do we better partner with development partners to enunciate that? So we have a program called Solutions Now, and what that does show is profile really good innovations within our country. However, I would need to partner with DW to make sure that those can also be showcased. That when I walk in the streets of Munich, that there's a better conversation, there's more awareness of what's happening in the continent. So how do we tell those narratives better as we have, sessions like this, or we're going to have the Innovation Week in Kampala 2 weeks from now. But who are the partners who can translate that on the other side of the world? So we start changing that narrative as well. What's my time check? 3 minutes. Okay, and I'm done because it's stuck here anyway. Um, I think we're the heat on it. We have we have touch points already. We have innovation hubs. Uh, 4 years ago, I set up Uganda. We started with 8, and today we're 26. I don't know what the statistics are in Tanzania or in Kenya, but I know that innovation hubs are already the touch points for development partners to facilitate these conversations better, to facilitate the talent that's actually needed market gap that's existing in Europe. How do we use those better? How do we facilitate and build the capacity of the hubs? Because those have the quality of the startups. And if they have the right quality to build good pipeline of startups that can thrive in Europe, then we're doing a good job. Ta-ta-da-da, this was a call for action for you, but I like to hang out with the prince of the Dutch world. So the end. Any thoughts and questions?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Jean a round of applause. That was amazing stuff. Really dynamic, interactive in the spirit of what we do. Certainly at Launchpad, we used to, I think when we started out, I remember speaking to Caro and saying, any training, any event that we do, we need to make sure that it's dynamic. We're not lecturing to people, and we actually get them to move around and apply the energy. And we saw that demonstrate. We didn't even welcome to Launchpad, by the way. All right, you can be an esteemed partner, but that was brilliant. The dichotomies of digital economy in terms of the two geographical regions of the world, and seeing. I was mostly moved by the common areas. I think at times we tend to look at the differences, but actually there's a common ground. We all have those challenges, and it's all about rising above to move with it and roll our sleeves up and try and move. There are still differences. 93% of internet penetration versus the sort of low 30s, but it's progress. And we know that in digital space you can actually leapfrog. You can go from 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds. It's all about the willpower and being able to engage in that way. Now, the presentation is done. I did want to allow you, Jean, to take a few questions from the audience. I want to cap it to 3 questions maximum. And the responses will be provided. We do have an opportunity for you to send questions because we'll be providing the contact emails, etc. So if we have more than 3, please write them down. We'll pick 3, and the others will take a rain check and come back to you with the responses. So 3 questions, please, from the audience, and then we'll move to the second presentation of the day. Right, so it's a roving mic situation. You put your hand up, I'll bring the mic to you, you ask the question, it comes back to Jean, and then we respond to it. That way, the YouTube is capturing our vocals. Okay, who wants to go first? Any questions on the presentation? Sorry, I'm kind of behind. Surely you did that deliberately, didn't you? Well, you know, I've got my back to you. First one. Not over here. Not to worry. Ash, Karib.
Sante. Very good morning to you all. My name is Ismail Biro. I come from Dar es Salaam. I represent an organization called Tanzania Bora Initiative. So mine is more of a reflective comment. I think right now, it's no doubt that the digital space is opening up, and there's so much opportunities coming across the region. And also, we cannot hide the fact that there's an increasing influx of players from the outside coming to East Africa. And because of that, I think we need to be prepared, and we need to find a way to coordinate our efforts so that we can be able to really be able to speak the same language over the issues that are really critical. And I'm happy with the fact that so far we have the startup associations, like one in Tanzania and one in Uganda. And I hope soon, maybe for Kenya, they will be able to move around that direction. So maybe what we need to do, we know every country has its own priorities, and sometimes our priorities are conflicting with one another. So maybe we can begin with trying to merge efforts between our startup associations and start to find common agenda that are of effect to the startups within our countries, so that when it comes to time where we need to sit down with players from maybe the EU, we speak the same language. It won't be of benefit if Startup Uganda comes with the agenda, Startup Tanzania also come with the agenda, and then we start to look like we are competing with one another. While whatever that is happening will be of benefit to this region. And another area, we in our group we spoke about the need also to have one regional forum for startups across East Africa to be able to also interact with one another, to be able also to showcase what we're doing in our respective countries, because she was mesmerized with what she saw from Tanzania. So it means that she may also be having some different narratives that maybe are not informed because she doesn't know much about what is done. And also maybe the same case for us that operating in Tanzania. So maybe if we have this regional forum, it will be an opportunity for startups across the region to be able to interact with one another, to share learnings, and it could also be a marketplace where different products are also showcased to really inspire actions and find new avenues to like to sell this, maybe trading goods and services, so that we can really grow this ecosystem within the region. So I think these are the things that we need to try find an angle, and maybe to have a starting point, so that we can really leverage on the common agenda and the common interest for the benefit of the region.
Start by sending me an email. I'll make sure that we have a conversation with Startup Uganda. Hopefully, that we finalists should come to the Innovation Week in Uganda, for example. That would be really cool. It's happening on the 23rd. Any other questions or thoughts or reflections?
Thank you. My name is Mwalimu Ntui Conscient. So I have just a brief reflection. When we are talking about bridging the gap between the EU, East Africa, even Africa. But now I'm trying to think about the digital space in a socialistic country, and then I'm linking with a capitalistic country, and then you move to Europe, Germany, where we have an economic type of the social market economy, and these three have a different setup of policies and regulations. My question is, how can we bridge that gap? Because I know in Africa, we don't have a common approach when it comes to policy. Even the economic models we apply in Tanzania, for example, to go to our constitution, we are a socialistic country. And that's why we find even some of the regulations, some are very strict. And if you move to Kenya, you'll find a different story. Again, if you move to Uganda, again, you have a different story. So you move always the way the whole continent, different story in terms of policies and regulations and the way we approach these things. Now, how are we going to bridge this gap? I know in the Europe, you combine the whole story in Europe, you see they are speaking the same language. So now, how about us? Thank you.
We're trying to develop our startup act, and I know exactly what you mean. But I know we have a conversation about policy later, so I'm going to pack that and hopefully throw it to Mark at some point to bring it up. I don't feel like I have an answer, but really good reflections. And lastly, there was no, I'm really feminist and sad that.
Thank you. Mwait, Cairo Moitete. Appreciate so much for your presentation. It was fantastic. Very good idea. And we appreciate for your presentation. It is remarkable. We have learned a lot. But one thing, in a startup, when people develop ideas, we need to consider the issue of patent rights. How do you tackle this one in the context of sharing the idea? Idea by itself is an opportunity. If I get the idea, I can listen to the idea. Then I can find myself, I find my own way. And before you run your own idea, you realize I have already implemented your idea. Now, how do you protect this in the hands of startup and the powerhouse itself? You are talking in terms of weekly. How do you protect that one? Because if you don't protect, then you are going to kill. All right? You are going to kill. It will never grow. Because already when they get out of the powerhouse, you'll find it has been implemented somewhere. Now, can you really explain to what extent you can protect these young people who are working in a startup?
Thank you. Really, really key question that I get to navigate every day. And I can only respond to it in what we do with the Circular Design Hub. So part of the, ideation and incubating businesses is supporting their IP, right? And so we then intentionally partner with a law firm that makes sure that that is looked out for. But I know it continues to be a question in the innovation space, especially if you're not part of a hub that's giving you kind of like an age to build a product with the right, infrastructure, which also goes to IP, funding and planning to make sure that you have such luxury to have a legal entity supporting with that. But I like the question, and I hope that hubs, which would be the touch points for innovations, can facilitate that better. Yes, now.
Good morning. Hello. My name is Jacqueline. I'm from the Launchpad. I'm a project coordinator. I'm running a program called SheTech Incubator and Accelerator Program, which is a women-led feminist technologies with a startup. All right. Excuse me. It was a very nice presentation. Congratulations. My question is, how can access to funding and resources be improved for women entrepreneurs and innovators in the digital space in East Africa and Europe, access to funding, because that's very important, I think.
Personally dread that question. Um, yeah, I really do. Yeah, I have the same question with you as I run up. And I think there's a lot of also undertones in terms of like financing for women. At least we did a research in Uganda. Um, and I don't have a black and white answer. I think I'm more intentional in finding, initiatives that are working with women to figure out what are the loopholes that we're still not kind of figuring out together to find that financing. There seems to be a claim that there's financing, not finding it. And I think it takes whoever the keepers of the ecosystems are to help us get where that random money is and what it takes to do that. A lot of what I continue to hear is, you know, pipeline for female founders and things along that narrative. But again, it's something we're still figuring out in our own ecosystem. Beyond grant funding that we find, the VC funding seems to be. But luckily today we're hosting 50 investors at my hub today. So hopefully you can call me and let's see if I found an answer through that investor summit that we found out. Yeah, but thank you very much for being interactive and for thinking along with me, because I felt like the goal for this conversation was not for me to give you statistics, but to help us think about what we already know and what those low hanging fruits look like for us. And I had a call for action to you to think about what you could do differently. With already know, like for me, whole different mindset on the Tanzanian ecosystem. I want to figure out ways that we can leverage that better. And my time is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. You've been magnificent, dynamic, engaging, interactive, the whole lot. And I think plenty of insights from your presentation, and indeed the reflections, the comments, and questions from the audience, testament to the fact that people took up to your objectives of your presentation. So we're grateful for that. Now, we will go to the next presentation. And this time, and I think in fitting to the little exercise that we're given there by Jean, we are going to go from East Africa to Germany. So I would like to invite our next speaker all the way from Berlin. It's Annika, and Annika will be taking us through presentation on the political environment for entrepreneurs and startups in Germany. Annika, if it's okay with you, I'll give you 5 minutes, and we'll take the same approach where we'll have questions, reflections, and anything that the audience wants to ask of you. Is that okay, or am I shortchanging you? If you feel like you need more time, we can negotiate. All right? Okay, Karibu.
Hi, thanks so much. And thanks also very much for your presentation. That already highlighted, I think, a few things I will tackle in my presentation. So yeah, let me first introduce myself. I think it was already said, I made all the way from Berlin to here, and I'm very happy to be here. The policy advisor for economic sub-Saharan Africa at Konrad Adenauer Foundation at the headquarters in Berlin. But in my earlier life, I was also at the German Startup Association handling international programs. So I kind of have also an entrepreneurial background, and yeah, would say that I kind of know the startup bubble in Berlin or in Germany very well. So I will just give you a little bit more context on that in my presentation. And okay, which will start very soon. So that looks good. Looks like my presentation. Perfect. Thank you. So yes, so I will just dive a little bit deeper into now we heard a little bit about the African ecosystem and exchange about the strength, opportunities, and I will elaborate a little bit more on that on the German side. I don't know how, like, do I have to go closer here? Or because it makes a sound. Ah, it worked before, so it has to work. Okay, but maybe you will just click away, and maybe it will work. Maybe I just will say click. So I will just give you a little bit overview about what I'm going to tell you, or we will discuss in the next 45 minutes. So I hope I will make it quick. I know we are behind schedule. So first, I just want to give a little bit intro what happens on the German or European side in terms of African, German, European cooperation. And then we will dive deeper into the German startup ecosystem. As I told you before, I was working at the German Startup Association. I heard that there's also a Tanzanian and Ugandan startup association. I think they're very great in terms of lobbying to politics, what in terms of regulation and policies. So from my time there, I will just dive into location and ecosystem indicators, into market and technology topics, and like last but not least, the most important thing, competition and politics, because we need the right regulations in order to let our startups or let the startups thrive and let our ideas thrive. And then like have a short recap on how to connect with Africa, and then go into discussion. I hope that works for you. You can go to the next slide. So, I think we have to press more. Damn it. Like, yeah. Okay, I didn't know that. More. Oh, okay. So go back. Thank you. So just to have a short overview, is Africa on the agenda in Germany? I would say yes. There have been several programs initiated in the last couple of years, funding projects like Africa Grow, or like now recently, and I think in November 20th, around that, the G20 Africa Investment Summit will take place in Berlin, where a lot of stakeholders will come to Berlin from Africa, but also from Germany to discuss investment options. Then Europe Africa Week, the Marshall Plan for Africa, that was initiated in Germany, I think 2016, and also just recently the African Union joined the G20. So I think it's all indicators that show that Africa really is on the agenda in Germany, and there's a will on both sides to elaborate cooperations. Next slide, please. So, but let's dive deeper into the German startup landscape. So, what does it need to have a growing business model or a growing business? It first needs heads, like education, in order to build your startup. It needs capital in order to build it, and it needs the right regulatory framework in order to let it grow. And I think that's the three main things that you need. No, thanks, it's fine. It's the three main things you have to keep in mind in order to have a successful business. So head, regulation, and yeah, I don't yeah, capital. Thank you. Yes. So next slide, please. You can see where that works now, and I think you have to press more. I didn't know that it was like that because there are things coming up. So, looking to the Berlin startup ecosystem, how can what the ecosystem like in order to have the heads, the capital, the right regulation. So Berlin is home to a lot of accelerators that support startups. It's the home of incubators, of business angels. This location is very, very central. It has a convenient infrastructure, so you can very easily fly in, fly out. There's big train station, which is very important in order to go back and forth. Then there are a lot of tech events, as we heard today, and I think also yesterday, networking is a big component in order to have a successful business because you need to know the right people, the right heads that have the capital to raise money and to build your startup. Then that's the investors I was telling you about. Then a lot of entrepreneurs and of course startup hubs. So that's basically the ecosystem in Berlin that combines everything to flourish your startup or your business idea. I think we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So, but let's just briefly dive into, because I think we are talking a lot about startups, and sometimes there's different definitions about what a startup actually is. So I think it's very important to just briefly define what our or my understanding or the German understanding of a startup is. So actually a startup has three things. It's highly innovative, either with its technology or its business model. It's younger than 10 years. After 10 years, you can't call yourself a startup no more. I think then it's more like either an SME or a big company. Well, you have a significant growth of either revenue or employees, or in the best case, both. So that's basically what a startup is. And I think we can go, yes, to the next slide. So in the next slides, or we will just dive into the startup monitor. It's a monitor that's annually issued in Germany, also by the Startup Association, and they make calls around startups and all the ecosystem stakeholders actually that are involved in the startup ecosystem in order to understand the startup ecosystem in Germany better in terms of, again, regulation, capital, and head. So some central facts from the most recent startup monitor is actually that startups are still in Germany establish themselves as a key economic factor. Artificial intelligence is overall shaping the economy and the ecosystem, but the overall mood is, after Corona and inflation, also in Germany, a little bit cloudy. That means capital slows down. There's not that many investments done than before Corona, and but that doesn't tear the startups. They remain very strong, very eager in terms of developing their business ideas. But because of lack of capital or less capital, collaboration are weakening in general. I think. Oh, I think now it's working. Perfect. So as I said before, network is key. So in terms of having a very favorable ecosystem like in Berlin, you have to have some indicators, like you have to be close to universities, so close to education, close to talent. You need to have a network to other founders and entrepreneurs. So that's why we are here for, I think, also to connect with one another, to grow network and to get to know each other. And then having these economic initiatives to get access to capital and access to knowledge. And also, I think that was also already tackled before, we need to have talent in order to grow startups and create our ideas. So attracting talent from abroad is very important because especially Germany is lacking talent currently because of its very old population. And yes, of course, access to capital. I mean, everyone needs money to grow their startups. So access to capital is also a key indicator for a thriving startup ecosystem. So so where does the money come from in general? I would say mainly it's own savings and family and friends. That's like the early stage. I think you're all familiar. Like you have this idea and you need money in order to get it started. But no will say, yeah, that's a great idea. I will give you the money. First, it's mainly people who trust you or yourself. So own savings and family and friends are mainly the first source you access for your seed funding basically. And then there come the others in place after you got your business started basically. So it's state funding, it's business angels, venture capital, bank loans, but again, bank loans are very conservative. So to raise really high amounts of money, I think it's more everyone wants to have VC venture capital, and also accelerators. They not often like give you money exactly, but give you infrastructure you can access, which is also very favorable. So looking to market and technologies. In Germany, B2B is still the main driver. The customers are actually fundament of every startup. So in order to grow your startup, you need customers. And what also showed, especially in Germany, but I think it's a worldwide development, is that green economy is thriving. So business models that have focused on green economy basically are in a very good position in order to grow and get funding and more customers. And also, last but not least, startups drive future technologies. Like we were talking already a lot about AI innovation. That's all that comes from startups. It comes not from big companies, but it comes from the innovative young ideas, and that's what brings the future forward, basically. So yeah, that's just talking some numbers about the general development in of founded startups in Germany. I think, just very quickly, I think you can just see after Corona, there was a huge drop of founded startups because there was lack of capital, very conservative, but there's a slight rise in the first quarter of this year. So I think there is an optimistic outlook. So let's look a bit deeper into technology, because as I was saying before, technology is the main driver for future economy, and it's what the business models of mainly all startups is about. And what I think is very interesting is that artificial intelligence has the most influence on all business models in startups. So it's over the half. It's 52%, and it's not it yeah it's I think it's rising, and it's crazy to see the development from 2018 to 2023, what impact artificial intelligence actually had on the technology side on startups. And let's go deeper. Yeah, so just very quickly again, as we were talking about job creation, also in general, there was very conservative planning in Germany for employees, but only 15% of all startups cut their jobs and 56% created jobs. So actually, startups are in Germany also a huge driver in terms of job creation, and that still continues. Yeah, I think I switched. I switched the slides that had to be on top, but again to artificial intelligence, I think which is what is very interesting is that ChatGPT is like besides or it is artificial intelligence, but ChatGPT is a real game changer in the startup ecosystem or in the startup business models. Almost everyone uses it, and yeah, it really changed the way startups work, or I think as we work in general, and that numbers just show that very, very clearly. And to break it maybe down into branches, you see marketing is working over half with ChatGPT, sales, and products also. But let's go to yeah, competition politics. I think also was addressed already in your presentation. I think yeah, it's a very important topic, and to just show the sentiment of the German startups in general about politics in Germany in regards to yeah, startup regulations. There are high uncertainties, and there's the focus of shifting from capital procurement and cash flow to gaining more more workforce. Sorry, actually, and there's this huge wish of almost every founder, and that's what we hear everywhere, like in Berlin, but in Germany, in Europe, that the government really has to be more digital, faster, and more customer orientated. So I think everyone is aware that Germany is very bureaucratic. And has very slow processes, procedures, but and that's very in contrary to the fast-moving startup ecosystem and the startup development. So sometimes, like even I think we were talking about artificial intelligence this morning, and the technology is much more faster than the regulations behind, and that's really the problem because it really is a mismatch. And yeah, last thing I will elaborate a little bit later on, but which is also very important is in order to attract talent in Germany, there is this initiative that's going on for a very long time. It's called the Employee Stock Ownership Program. I don't know whether you're familiar with it. In the US, actually, it's quite famous. It's for employees in younger startups or like early stage startups. They, in order to get paid, they sometimes get less paid but get shares of their company. So they have their own stake in the company, and they can, when it grows, like they can sell it afterwards, like their shares, and will profit from their own success, basically. So when you really believe in an idea and you work for a startup where you think that it's growing very big, it's very favorable to have shares in it, because when it grows, the value of the shares really increases. And In Germany right now, we have very strict regulations in regards to taxes and everything about that. So that a main issue that is also tackled by the association to have better regulations in favor of the ESOP, and also having better visa processes for skilled labor forces. Just very briefly again, we were already talking about the climate, the investment climate, which is very tense, but I think this is even more interesting because that's the expectation startups have towards politics in Germany. So basically, when we compare that, the pink bar, it's I think it's 2023, and it shows that sales rose, raising capital wasn't so good, liquidity wasn't also that good, but talent also, the request for talent also grow bigger. So mainly, what they need is better regulation infrastructure for talent and for sales. That's the main challenges startups have right now in Germany. So what they really wish for in order to have better sales frameworks and employee framework is have faster administration processes. As I said before, Germany, very bureaucratic, very complicated. What's already mentioned with the zip codes, I think it's just one example. You have to fill out a lot of documents in order to get workforce or apply for funds or do anything actually in Germany. So really have fast administrative processes would be a huge driver to accelerate startup foundation. Then also public procurement for startups. Right now, it's very hard for startups to apply for public procurement offerings, and also, as I said before, better ESOP regulations. So having better regulations in terms of having stock options in the company you work for, and that's what's said for all startups, and then you can break it down to startups with at least 25 employees. So for a little bigger startups, and that's when it comes to the simplified visa processes, because like, bigger startups need more talent. They need talent mainly from abroad because there's not that much right now in Germany, unfortunately. But the visa processes are very, very complicated. So it makes it very hard to attract talent or even employ them. Yes. So I think it's coming to an end. Just briefly show why it's important to connect with the African continent for Germany and for Europe in general. It's the last major growing market in the world. It has a huge population, which is even more growing. And I think you're here with all the digital natives, and you will shape the future in a innovative way Africa goes. And so connecting is even more important. So let me just end by this quote of very, I think, very famous founder and investor based in Nairobi, who said the startup space is less crowded here and the problems are much more visible. You cannot go for a walk in Europe without someone talking about starting a business to solve a problem that likely doesn't exist. Here, problems are real and practical solutions are valuable. So, yeah, let me close with this quote, and the floor is open for discussion and questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annika, all the way from Berlin, and for a nice presentation. I think, again, lots of insights. I was particularly keen on two things. I think the concentric rings, which are talking about the heads, the regulators, and the capital, and the importance of having them, forging together. I think innovation lies at the intersection of those three. So I think that's fantastic. And also the definition of startup, because it's really interesting how people perceive startups. And I think there's a mindset around startup that, like, your definition was less than 10 years, et cetera, et cetera. And there are other places where it's about 4 years, or 0 to 3, 0 to 5. But is there a universal definition, et cetera? I think that would be great. But that's not for me. That is for the audience. Again, we're gonna do the same thing. We have a good 10, 12 minutes to go for, so we could take probably more than 3, depending on how exhaustive the questions would be. But we want to close it for 12 o'clock, where we'll have an energizer from Cass. I think it's time that we get stretching and stuff like that. Great star jumps, a lot. But between now and 12, let's take comments, reflections, questions from the audience. I'm really trying to get the gender balance here, because or else Carol would be very kind to me later. The previous one, I had 3 males and 1 female, and actually a Launchpadian. There we go. Look, we haven't used that before. Launchpadians has been launched. Right. So a Launchpadian balanced out the gender a bit, where we had a comment from a female. Let's get this, this is one of our areas. We have these 3 pillars: the long learning, the inclusion one, and this great spirit to try and get reflection from a female. Then we'll go to male on a ratio of 1 to 3. So 3 females for every 1 male. Right. Okay. Now, I see what's going on here. As soon as you say that, there's going to be 10 female hands, and suddenly my 12 minutes will disappear. Right. Someone whose voice we haven't heard today. Yours?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Annika, for the presentation. I would be curious if you could give a few more examples of maybe which sectors. I mean, you mentioned B2B, artificial intelligence, and so on, but maybe a few examples of what startups are focusing on, maybe also which sectors. So in Uganda, we see a lot in health, for example. So I would be curious to see, are there any specific sectors that are really thriving right now?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I would say it's mainly not only about sectors, but really about the technology. So a lot of AI startups, right? But AI is interdisciplinary, so it touches a lot of sectors. But besides that, software as a service is huge, and also I would say cybersecurity is growing, especially in Berlin, and that's yeah. And then other things come like education, tech, agri-tech. At I would say software as a service is one of the biggest platforms. Yes.
Thank you. I feel like my questions are really broad. So 2 questions. One is, so Africa is on the radar of Germany. What does it look like for us to kind of tap into that better as an ecosystem here? What aren't we doing to kind of claim that niche if we're being given attention? There's also been a resounding thing on talent pool, right? What is missing in terms of the quality of talent that Germany is looking for that could be better groomed in Africa? in your perception?
Thank you. It's a very good question that, yeah, that's a lot of us in Berlin ask us the same. And basically, what we need is mainly everything, right? Data talent, like everything in the from everything that involves somehow data is very important, and I think there are a lot of very well educated data people, guys and girls here in Africa, but still like visa processes are very slow. So I think sometimes now startups just don't even try to get employees to Germany, but to hire them in their in their country itself, so they can work remote. And but how to build the bridge between the ecosystem? I think that was the second question you asked, and that actually mainly about networking, like networking events here, that we hear each other voices, that we get to know the right people, that we know what programs are running, that we see what is actually out there. Because if we don't know, we can't connect, we can't build the bridges we are talking about. But maybe to get more concrete, I think especially in Berlin, there are a lot of exchange programs also, where you can apply, where they offer space to get fellowships. And I think that's like the best start to get a foot in the door. And to build your network, your regional network. Yes. So other comments or questions? Ah,
Yeah, thank you so much for the insights. I think for me, I'll be more interested to ask on the data. It seems that there's a lot of research and data collected around the startup ecosystem in Germany. So maybe you could share some learnings, because here, I think that's an area that is still lacking a bit. And I know there's more to be done in order for us to really have the right information at the right time to understand the gaps, the needs, and also what are the areas of critical investment that needs to be worked on. But I know nothing can happen with that data. So maybe that's something that you can share with us. Who is collecting this data, and how it's shared, and also how often is the data being updated for our learning?
of course. Thank you for your question. As I mentioned earlier, I think that was mainly data from the Startup Monitor I was talking about, and the Startup Monitor is issued yearly by the German Startup Association. So every year they put up a survey with the main topics they have, and send it to the whole ecosystem network they have. And that's how they collect the data then and update it, basically. I hope that answers your question. And I think you can also access it online. So if you Google German Startup Monitor, you should find it online in an English version, I suppose. Yes. Okay. So I think we're on time. Yes. So good.
Thank you, Anika. Okay, a round of applause again, please, ladies and gentlemen, to Anika. Okay, now then, this is where we go into this energizer. Now, I'm always terrible with getting people's names wrong, and I hope I don't get this one wrong. We've got a gentleman from Uganda, So the numbers are depleted, isn't it? We've had Jean, who's already given a presentation. So that leaves only 3 more Ugandans who are allowed to speak for the rest of the remaining 3 days. And this is, upload Nicholas Akwang. If I say that right, Akwang or how do you say it? You're being polite. How is this pronounced? I'm sure I've got this wrong. Is Akwang? Akwangi. Okay. So you've got 15 minutes of an energizer. What's the plan here? Are we going to get into a spin class or 15 minutes? That's far too long for some of us. We're old and knackered, but there you are. So that's yours until 12:15, and you lead us through. Let me be clear. You're a program officer and innovator from Focal Point has in Uganda. Okay, you're very welcome. Floor is yours.
Hello. So I will have the opportunity to pronounce my name correctly for avoidance of doubt. So my name is Nicholas Opolot Akwang. Those are the 3 names that I have. I'm from Uganda, beautiful country called the Pearl of Africa, but fascinated by the beauty of Arusha. So I think there's competition right there. Well, interestingly, my name has brought me a lot of trouble. Every time I go through airports, there is always an issue with the name. And when I was coming here, my ticket. So the ticketing agency wrote my name incorrectly and kind of got me stuck at the airport for almost 1 hour trying to correct that. And then 2 weeks ago, before I got into Germany, I was almost denied entry because my name still had an issue. So I guess I might have to clarify every time I travel. But away from that, my job here is quite a simple one. Energizer. We've been seated since morning and the conversations have been insightful, very intense. So I'm kind of here to break the ice and, kind of just suck into the Arusha vibe. And since we're in a very wonderful city such as this one, we're going to get into a small game called a culture trivia since we come from different countries. So the idea behind that is to just get an understanding of the culture or the ideas where we're coming from and kind of get some perspective into that. So we're going to do that in a very fun and exciting way. I have a bowl in front here, and I'm going to pass around each table. So with me here, I have small sheets of paper. Not everyone will write, but at least from each table, we'll get about 3. So on this paper, you're going to write your nickname. And I hear in Tanzania, Simba is quite a famous nickname. So depending on which region you come from, you write a nickname and we'll identify you by that. So in this sheet of paper, you're going to write an interesting fact or a joke about your country. So we're going to collect these papers. I will give each of you about 2 minutes to write down those interesting jokes or facts about where you're from. And then after, I'm going to put it in this and have a raffle, shake them up a bit, and then we will call up the cheats. And then if I mention your nickname, Simba, or whatever nickname you choose for yourself, you will kind of give us just 1 minute. What you give an explainer of that fact, where you're from, and we'll use that for our energizer. So to get us started, I'm going to request all of us to stand up because I think our wonderful panelists or speakers have spoken a lot of English, and so we need to give them a round of applause. But you're going to follow my lead, and we shall do the applause a bit differently. for those that haven't had a bite or tea, you might want to pass by for a quick minute to grab a cup of tea, or else the tea will take over the world. I think we can start the raffle now. Is there any group that hasn't handed in? Good. I think we can be able to start. So I'm shaking these up inside, so we can draw a pool of the trivia and see some of the ideas coming out of the groups. So one cheat here from P Momo. Where is P Momo? Well, Fed, as Fed would have it. So could you read for us this?
Hi. Name Pimoma was given by my friend, so I don't know what it really means. So you were told to write a fact about a country or anything. I am a Chaga, and I'm a proud one. So there's a joke about Chagas. You know, all these traditional African dances. People dance, however they dance, but we are told Chagas love money. And when money is around, Chagas become restless. So what do we do? Let me show you how Chagas dance. Because when money is around, someone might check that it's dancing. So four people come here. I show you a joke about Chagas dance. Or maybe someone can play one Chaga dance on YouTube, or if you have a yes, DJ. So this is a fact about Chagas. They don't dance anyhow. They have to hold hands because if you are not careful, your wallet will be gone. Oh, maybe yeah, Chagas here. So we have maybe two different ways to dance so that we don't take your money or your wallet.
Thank you. So that's an interesting fact from the Chaga. We'll take it as a universal truth. It's just a fact or joke. So the next one, we have a nickname from Bobohi. When you ask a Kenyan, how far are you? That's the question. So I would like to ask her to come and explain to us this fact or joke.
So I'm from the Bantu community in Kenya, which we all call Kikuyu. So our nicknames are derived from the 9 sub-tribes of Kikuyu, which are women. So when I was growing up, my nickname was Bobo. And as you all know, if you've been to Nairobi, time you ask a Kenyan, hi, how far? Say, I'm here. And 30 minutes later, they don't show up.
I heard there's a Ugandan twist to it, so maybe I hand it to Mark.
When you ask a Ugandan, where are you? They ask, for you, where are you?
Cool one. The next one is from Annie. This is yours.
Sorry, what should I just popped into the room. What should I explain? Okay, so I come from a country with a lot of beer drinkers. Yeah. I don't know, but I think especially in Bavaria they start in the morning. So beer really is a main thing there. Yes.
Thank you, Annie. That's Baba. Good. No rifles here. Okay, good. Mr. Sniper, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm a sniper. My friends give this name to me because I I like watching sniper movies because sniper eyes are always at high precision so that they can get enough target from far. Thank you.
Amazing. From Sniper Man there.
Oh, this technology is now is coming to where we are not studying some of us we are not IT. IT is by absorption. Now in our grounds or where we are practicing, sometimes we will find that some of us are not an easy practitioner due to maybe AI applications, artificial, and now we are starting learning to become an practitioner. That's why my job today I call it as a finger techno know-how. Now our finger become to be a know-how, and you start practicing while you are operating. Thank you.
Thank you. Some jokes. The tech is there. Okay, I have a cheat here from Nameless. Okay, so Nameless, you walk up right here and explain to us the jokes.
So Tanzania is the only country where the minute you start dating a woman, her rent is due. She needs her hair fixed, and suddenly she's hungry. So that was first. Also, Tanzania is the only country where people respond question with questions. Can I have your number? Why?
Explain your joke.
Hi, have you seen the way I'm looking like? It's looking like I have a PhD or master's. Yeah, I'm from Tanga, and the fun fact about my region, for sure, we don't like studying and we don't have any university there. All of them, it's just like a college and vocational training. So that's our fun fact from Tanga. Thank you. It's not fun.
I hope we can change that statistic. There's someone called Marco. Marco.
Fun fact. Actually, it's just a fact. So annually, I'm from Uganda. We host a festival called the Nyege Nyege Festival, which attracts so many. I'm sure some of you have heard about it, and we get so many visitors from Africa. But the interesting thing about this festival is that every year it comes out, a member of parliament takes it to the floor of parliament, and it is stopped. But 2 days or a day before, it gets the green light again, and it happens. This has been going on for I think the past 5 years, and it has never been banned, but it keeps on happening year in, year out. But every year they stop just before and they continue. We're starting to think it's a marketing stunt.
We have Saying in Uganda, what happens in Nyegenyege stays in Nyegenyege. If you get that, good. We have a cheat from Emmy. Someone nicknamed Emmy. Okay. They're having tea. Just pick two more in the interest of time so we can move to the next session. There's a nickname Yo-Yo, Masai girl. Clap for Yo-Yo. Wonderful woman.
Hello, everybody. My nickname is Yo-Yo. A Maasai woman, they normally call them Mama Yo-Yo. So when I grow up, they used to call me Yo-Yo, but they always ask me where your ears are not pierced and they are long like this. Yeah, that is the interest factor about Mama Yo-Yo.
Somebody nicknamed Ellie.
Okay. So the fact about Tanzania, Meliaza, a common no hurry in Africa, and I hope you have seen that phrase quite a lot. But the funny part is, I'm going to quote one of the journalists called Christopher McDowell. Every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up. It knows it must outrun the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning in Africa, a lion wakes up. It knows it must run faster than the slowest gazelle or it will stop. So, in actual sense, every morning we need to run in Africa. Thank you.
Good. Take one last one and then close this round of cultural trivia. So we have 5G. Wow. 5G internet. Good.
My nickname is Arachuga. Arachuga. Arachuga was just a name which appeared to me 4 days ago. And then Arachuga, they're saying Arachuga, Hamza. Mkono. Haya, ndio hiyo. Karibu.
I might have fallen culprit to that. I mean, my Swahili is not that very good, so I think I'm now using sign language and it's so terrible. So every time somebody speaks to me, I'm nodding my head and saying, poor. Good. So I am suffering for my dear life. But nice to see that a lot of you have some interesting talent. Comedy, we might need to sign up the innovators for Comedy Central. Thank you. You've been a wonderful crowd. And I'll hand you right back to our wingman.
Thank you very much, Akwan. Listen, I'm so sorry that you're having a lot of problems with your name being either misspelled and or mispronounced and getting you into all sorts of troubles, even with entry points to the countries. That's a terrible. But if this is to make you feel slightly better about yourself, I'll tell you about what has happened to my name, right? Which I've always felt it was quite a simple name. When I was training to become a teacher in England, this is many years ago. When I went to the so it's very practical, hands-on. So I think going in, you do a few lessons, you have to be placed in a school. So on my first placement, I was taken to a school, and as I was introducing myself to the class, and they do this thing where it's Mr. Your surname, right? That's the way they do it. So I went in, and in my moments, and I'm a very shy guy, I can't talk in front of a crowd. Right. That's always the response, invariably. When I say this, people think I'm frozen at this point. Carol knows this. I have to. I'm frozen. I'm like, I can't speak in front of a crowd, right? And people can't believe it because they think I talk too much. But there you are. Now, I stood in there and I froze, and I thought, right, how do I introduce myself? And there's 40 British students in front of me. I'm Kulaya, they won't be able to pronounce it. So I made a decision, right there. My name is Mr. And that very second, I decided to say Mr. Michael. Now, Michael is not my surname. That's my father's name, right? And we do that thing, isn't it? Your first name, middle name, there you have. So I'm really not Mr. Michael because the way it works in England is the surname is your Mr. And I'm registered at University of Nottingham as Henry Kulai. So we proceed with this TP, as they call it, teacher practice, for many weeks. And then the tutor from University of Nottingham has to come in and observe my teaching after a few weeks. So on the day that the tutor arrives, I have established myself as Mr. Michael. And he is coming in to observe Mr. Kulai because that's how I'm registered. So you can imagine what happened in there. There was all sorts of investigation for fraud. Maybe there's someone who's not who they claim to be. And yeah, Mr. Michael is really good. And the tutor is looking around. Where is Mr. Michael? And they point. That's not Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael. That's for. And that was, very self-induced because, and he calls me to the side and he said to me, why and since when are you Mr. Michael? And I said, look, sir, I became Mr. Michael when I thought no one would be able to pronounce my name. And he said to me, your name is the easiest name to pronounce. It's actually so easy. Every one of these kids would have been able to pick it up. So I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, no, because the vowels work differently. It's really U and that's the U and la and over there it would have been Kuleye. And I'm thinking, no way. He says, no, 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 no. He says, that's not how you look at it. He said, all you need to think about is a liar that's cool. And I thought, all right, okay, genius, cool liar. Right, there we are. So from then onwards, it was, that's not to say I'm a cool liar. Look, if that helps, if you can do a tweak in your name in a way that people won't forget, I don't know. But there you are. I hope I've tried to help you out. Not really, but there you are. Okay, so now we're going to move into panel. Thank you very much, by the way. The energizers were great. There's a bonus one. Sorry, there's a bonus one, if you allow me, okay? There's one for Mr. Diplomat. And I think this will be really good if I can invite Mr. Diplomat to read his thingy. So this is yours. I'm not stealing your thunder. Really good. For the Tanzanians in the room, I have not controversial as it gets. All right, I'm gonna go and find myself a tin hat because when projectiles start flying around the room because of this, I am not involved. Tillman, Caro, Fabian, on behalf of the Magic Triangle as hosts, I am signing a disclaimer here that when Mr. Diplo shares this, it could be a firecracker. Could be. And I'm gonna hide under tables like an earthquake has gone on. Do you still want to do it, Ismail? Because you're the Mr. Diplomat. I'm not reading this, mate. I know you've written it for me. I'm not reading this. Are you prepared to do it? Right. He's got no chance of it. There's no diplomacy in this. This is as offensive as it gets. Right. I'm going under there, and I'll come out when I don't hear any loud noise and thunder and earthquake and projectiles flying. There you go.
Hi everyone. So I'm from the coastal region, and Dar es Salaam is our home. So while others are coming to visit, some of us are like, that's where we come from. All right, that's where we come from. And many of you know that in Dar es Salaam, there are two teams that are very that have been in existence for quite some time now. I said I'm going to be diplomatic about it. We have the so-called Kariakoo Derby, and every person who lives in Dar es Salaam know the stories and the trajectories between the Simba and the Yanga. So for us in Dar, the biggest joke always comes around Simba and Yanga, and you all know that's what happened. You all know what happened this weekend, last weekend. If I do this, you understand, right? So this is what happens. Simba fans, I'm so sorry, but Yanga whooped Simba by 5 goals, and until this match happened last weekend, but until today, it's still the headline. So every day, today is Thursday, right? So we're counting the 4th goal today, and so bear with us until tomorrow. Then the story will be over.
It looks like we all survived this one. I think the fact the international audience helped out, but I'll tell you what, if he did that in Kariakor, it would have been over. It would be curtains. You want to say something about?
Our sincere apologies. We somehow had an oversight on this, but we have been taking photos and have been sharing them on social media. So if anyone is not comfortable with that, please let us know so that we may, not post it. We should have announced that from the very beginning. So our sincere apologies on that.
Thank you, Carol. That's very please. In any way affected by that, please in behind there. We'll delete anything that you're unhappy with. But I can assure you, it would be a post. Oh, you're the expert. You talk to them.
And if you would like to post on social media, you can as well tag us LP Digital or CAS Tanzania, and you can use the hashtag digitalization EA, which means East Africa, or digital economy EA. Well done. And if you want a link, we can also share a link for the picture. We already have the pictures of you already.
And you're looking really good. I've seen a few of these. They've managed to make all of it really great. But on a serious note, as Carol said, we should have put that disclaimer. We didn't. We apologize, but nothing contentious there. Right. So we are gonna go straight into the final sort of like pre-lunch activity or event or part of the program. It's a panel, and what I would like to do is introduce the moderator of the panel, who will then and then we will invite the panelists to come in. I think we're going to occupy this space here to the front. And what I will do is I won't do full introductions with the panelists. I think they will do it themselves when they come at the front in order to make sure that we maximize on the time. We aim to finish this at 1:30, which is when we will be having our lunch. All right, so we've got about an hour for this. And presenter, Dr. Catherine Devos, if I've said that right. Okay, cool. I'll read your, is it on display? It probably isn't. Read a bit about you. The mic is playing up a bit, I apologize. But began at an early age. She was always fascinated by outliers who dreamt up startups, bootstrapped their ideas, and had the one big break. Over the last 17 years, she has worked across large corporate governments, SMEs, and MEFMs. Lots of acronyms there. SME, MEFMs. Background, MEFMs, sorry. Your background in healthcare as a graduate was the building block for a multifaceted approach, having started off as a health intern with the government and later focused on the role of finance in healthcare. Made a leap into the finance insurance industry as a graduate, underwriter for insurance, and then matured over the years within 60 lateral outlook to enhance critical thinking, entrepreneurial skills, application of data, and consumer behavioral trends to deliver simplicity within a complex ecosystem. Actually, complex ecosystems. So there's more. Dr. at Underwriting Africa Specialty is a co-founder and executive director. This is a boutique mature startup with a focus in specialist insurance sector. The mandate is to deliver local knowledge with international expertise for insurance solutions across 18 countries in Africa. They're very much supported by the Lloyds of London and 8-rated reinsurance markets. In addition to this, Dr. has served on corporate boards in health technology, platform technology, and at heart, always will be always an entrepreneur. Dr. Catherine, we salute you on remarkable achievement.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, that's much better. Okay. So with the introduction of Dr. Catherine Devos, I would like to now welcome the panelists who will be engaging with Dr. Catherine in the subject matter of digital economy and entrepreneurship, which is road towards a Dr. Ponsian, Dr. Eliaza Mkuna, Dr. Mwaitete Cairo, and Laura, please. So they are our panelists. Okay. Are we all here? All panelists here? No one is shy? Good. Excellent. So, Dr. Catherine, I'll now hand this lovely panel to you to engage with them for the next 45 minutes or so. So then there can be a few comments before we break away for lunch at 1:30. Karib.
All right, testing. Can you hear me at the back? All right, I'll try and be louder. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. We have a beautiful panel right in front of you, and we hope that we can start conversation in the sense of digital economy and entrepreneurship. So we're very grateful that this panel has chosen to be here with us today. And in our presence, I was telling Fabian, I just discovered he used to play football and was a successful football player. I didn't know that yesterday. Okay, he was more successful than the Zimba guys, and that Laura is a great volunteer and volunteers a lot, while Mwalimu in agri-tech needs to tell us what his pastime hobby is, and Daktari needs to tell us about how we are financing digital economy. So part of that is just to let you know that we are flesh and blood. We work in these economies, but we also realize that we have a lot of talent sitting before us, and it's okay to talk about diverse ecosystems and try and make them work for a great continent. So without further ado, ladies first, I'll allow my panelists to introduce themselves from the far left, and then we'll pick it up from there.
Good afternoon. I hope this is working. Kind is it okay? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Aitos Mugaga. I am a German, but lived for the past 6 years in Uganda, married to Ugandan. This is where the Mugaga comes from. So I'm representing Uganda here on this panel today. I'm also a founder of Startup Africa, an entrepreneurship support organization in Uganda that we actually started when we first came to Uganda to unlock the potential of many great minds of young people, especially around universities. So at StartHub, we work together with 12 universities in Uganda and in Tanzania, supporting university students to bring digital ideas to life, make them work, get their first customers, and then we provide follow up support through 2 years of coaching and opening the doors to investors to help them to grow further. So I'm extremely passionate about the topic of digital entrepreneurship, digital economy, and yeah, very happy to be here today.
Yes, hello. My name is Eliaza Jones Nkuna, and I'm a senior lecturer economics from Mzumbe University, main campus in Morogoro. And my focus is mainly from the agriculture economics background. And recently, I've been very much engaged with different innovations around the digital economies and all the entrepreneurial kind of initiatives that are mainly innovated by youth. And that is the area that I would be interested to engage with today. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tui Ponsian from St. Augustine University of Tanzania, the Mwanza campus. So I'm teaching accounting and finance courses 10 years as a lecturer. I am part of the experts who prepared the social market economy model for Tanzania. I think you have seen some flyers there and some small books. So I'm not an expert in a digital economy, but it's a topic which have brought me and also brought attention because I'm dealing with the young people, talented young people on campus, more than 15 students. So I'm here to learn and also to share what I have on the digital space. Thank you.
Startup, and we have about 14,000 students. We have different background in terms of courses. We also facilitate programs from certificate level up to the master's program. So for those who are coming from Tanzania, they can also join in the programs. We also facilitate programs in blended mode of learning, so you can start where you are working. We welcome you to the Institute of Accountancy, Arusha. It's where we are based, and I'm a deputy rector right there. So when you come, you will also meet me, and also I'm a senior lecturer. I'm an economist, as I said. So
Chamber of Commerce here in Tanzania, AHK. We are part of a worldwide chamber network of 150 offices in 93 countries. So actually the oldest chamber, as we are talking a lot of startups, is founded 1894 in Brussels, but we are actually still in our startup phase. We are founded in 2018. So we had this year our 5 years anniversary, and currently we are growing. There are many German companies of each size, from startups to big corporates interested in the market. And we are supporting them in the market entry and the market activities here in Tanzania.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for those introductions. Okay, so let's dive right into it. Let's talk about digital economy, and I'd like to start with you, Dr. Ponsian, and ask you what do you currently feel about the digital economy and entrepreneurship vibe in Tanzania and in East Africa?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want now to give you some statistics about the status of our the continent, the East African community, and also Tanzania. I will take a Tanzanian as a case. So when you are talking about a digital economy, there are some important factors. Due to the interest of time, I will highlight some few things. You know, the African continent is a continent with a large population, so 1.4, close to 1.5 billion people. And of course, we're talking about the number of people, you're talking about the talents, and of course, the young generation within there. And also the continent with a GDP of 3 trillion US dollar. And then when you come to East Africa, you're talking about more than 400 million people. Those are the talents. Majority are young people. And also the regional, you know, the community with more than 400, as I said, people, 400 million people, and also with the GDP of 163 billion US dollar. So it's a very big economy. And then when it comes to Tanzania here, the country with so many young generation here are living in rural area. Percent is in towns. So I'm giving you these statistics. Tanzania may not be different from our other African countries, because think about 65% of people living in rural area. And how about the internet connectivity? When we are talking about a digital economy, so you cannot ignore the internet connectivity. So that's very important. Now think about connectivity in rural area and the internet connectivity in towns. So the statistics here show that more than 70% of our people are not connected to electricity. So you link electricity, more than only 21 million are connected to internet. So when we are talking about the digital economy, you can see that the possibility and young people who benefit, who are trying to work on this, are found in towns. So majority of our young people in rural areas are not participating. So all the efforts our governments are doing, yes, they are there, and of course we are trying to do that, but majority of our people are excluded from the digital economy. So this is very important that we have to know. 41% of our young people lack digital literacy. And this is from themselves. So they agree that they don't have digital literacy. That is 41% for young people. And these are excluded from the digital economy. So now when we are trying to discuss this, it's important that we understand. So one of the factors, due to the interest of time, I just show. So one of the factors, due to the interest of time, I just show here is, you know, our population. I'm using Tanzania as an example, which is not different for so many African countries. You know, our population, our people in rural areas, majority are poor people. So when you are talking about the internet connectivity, electricity, so this needs people to afford. So affordability of the gadgets, smartphones, computers, and all items necessary for digital economy is very difficult. And of course, this one is highlighted by Amref again, that 75% of the people think that a major barrier for them to be involved in the digital economy is the cost of the gadgets and of the cost to involve in the economy. They want to be involved in this, but 75% of them feel that they can't do it because of the cost of the internet, the cost of the gadgets like the smartphones. However, in Tanzania here, the cost of internet is a bit lower if you compare to the rest of the East African countries. But the main problem is here, the society, our people cannot afford. Though we are saying in the region we are better, but our people, the economy, the income they have cannot help them to engage here. So what is the way forward? So it's important, as we're discussing here, to think on how we can, that our young people in rural areas can also participate in this huge economy. Our young people in towns, they also can participate. Of course, this will now call for the policies, economic models, which are inclusive and participatory to our people, so that even the property rights, for example, if, for example, a young people today have a startup, creative idea, innovative idea, is it going to be protected? So the protection of the innovations must be there. And that calls for policies in the country which are inclusive and ensure that everyone is on board. So I think for the interest of time, this is what I thought I have to highlight and allow other presenters to continue. Thank you very much.
Wow. A lot to take there, especially for the innovators who participated yesterday. How are your products speaking to inclusivity? How are they speaking to affordability? And how are they speaking to the people you're serving? And it's very interesting because, as mentioned, I'm the only Kenyan in the room, but I did a quick fact checker, and we are the kings of digital economy. So they sent a king to represent Kenya. But away from that is just bringing it back to context. And what Mwalimu has said is to think around culture. What is the impact of culture on digital economy as far as startups are concerned? Are we thinking about culture? Are we thinking about the end user? Are we thinking about data intellectual property? Are we designing products for ourselves and our age groups, or are we designing products that go beyond? And to help us just understand more, I'd like to have Laura and Fabian share their experience. And Laura, we're going to talk about something relatable for the startups here today. And what are your thoughts about digital economy and digital brand presence?
Thank you. Yeah, I think maybe to take you back shortly to the pitch that we had yesterday, and we saw 8 really interesting startups in the digital economy also presenting. And I think that on the other hand gives also a lot of hope that there are already some really great ideas and solutions out there that are also, I think, to some extent, start to tackle some of the problems, or also try to make digital tools or digital resources more available. I think we had one agro solution that we're using agents in the villages to make to bridge the gap that there might not be, or not every farmer might have a smartphone to use the services. So I think that is already a good step to also deal with the reality on the ground and innovate also around that, while we also have to push on the regulatory side. Maybe now to your question also on the brand. So actually when we had all the pitches, we started to look up as well the digital profiles of the people pitching, and we actually realized that we already saw a gap here, that a lot of the startups are not easily to be found online. And that makes it very hard, first, also to trust, but then also to collaborate, or also to see opportunities working together. Now, I'm mainly based in Uganda, and a couple of the ideas are very similar to startups in Uganda. And it would be actually a huge opportunity collaborating, exchanging, tapping into each other's market, not making the same mistakes. But it's very hard if you don't find anything about it. And I think that's maybe one core gap that we currently see, that very few startups, it's very few to get a good overview of who are the startups actually and what are they doing. And I had also a very interesting conversation with one of the co-founders of Smart Harsa that we're also pitching, that explained that he wants to build this platform to profile who are the startups in the EAC, what are they doing, to show the consumers, to show potential partners, but also show investors what are actually the opportunities out there. And I think this would be a very important step to increase the potential of the digital economy.
Thank you for that. And it was quite interesting because we had one startup yesterday, and when we went onto the Google Play Store, we found that they were present on the Google Play Store. So when we talk about digital economy, we're talking about a 360 view and having not only product, but thinking beyond the product to the market distribution as well as capacity. And I'd like to throw it back to you. In regard to AHK and what you're doing, how are you supporting the digital economy and startups?
Now, yes. So as I have mentioned, we are representing and supporting basically the German companies here in Tanzania, but it also works the other way around. That's why we have such initiatives also with the startups now here from Tanzania. So we are engaged basically in the B2B business. And a lot of startups, they are targeting also the B2B business. So what we can do is to open the doors to potential customers. Let's make it very practical. Laura was mentioning Smart Arasa. Right now, as I understand, mainly you are engaged with the schools, but when we talk about companies, we should think about vocational education. Yeah, so when we talk about German companies, I think every one of the Tanzanians, they know Twiga Cement. They have 1,200 employees, or Knauf, another German company, which is exporting also to the other markets in Eastern Africa. They develop their own training programs, yeah, because they cannot fully rely on the quality of the workers they get. So we can use such technologies to develop training programs for the companies. And I think that would be, those companies are really good clients. Also, yesterday I talked to Joseph from Dawa. I think your startup is partly financed by DEG, and you're also in touch with a German company, Boehringer Ingelheim, very large pharmaceutical company. So what we can offer to the startups beyond that event or one-time event is to open doors for you here in Tanzania. Also, as I have mentioned, we are part of a worldwide network in 93 countries. So our head office is in Kenya, but we also have colleagues in wherever, Japan, Australia, Russia, USA, South America, everywhere in the world. So whenever you see opportunity, we can reach out to them and try to find the right contacts there. So this is our contribution for the startups. But as I have said, we are basically covering the whole range from startup to big corporates. So another important point is for those corporates is they are also relying on the voices of the local businesses and especially of the SMEs. You were mentioning the electricity situation right now, especially for those large producers, is something where we have to find, I think, solutions to make Tanzania also even more attractive for investors. And that's maybe my last point. Investors, we are talking about East Africa. Investors, when we receive inquiries, it's never just about Tanzania or it's never just about Kenya. They are targeting the region. Yeah, so for digital services, but also for manufacturing, it's actually the same. Let's say we get roughly inquiries of around 100 German companies per year. I would say 90% they are asking us for Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Tanzania, for the whole region.
Thank you. So we now know there's a saying in Kiswahili that says kikulacho kingwa ni mwako. And this session is meant to help us understand that until we understand the digital economy and entrepreneurship in Africa and stream down into Tanzania, then we're not able to tackle the bigger question, which is the Africa Free Trade Continental Zone, which is a huge opportunity. And you've mentioned one thing, that you're getting a lot of inquiries for Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and we can see a lot of action there. But do we have the regulations? Do we have the policy framework to support that? And Daktari, you can take us through, what are we looking at? Tanzania has signed on as a member of AFTCA, but as startups and entrepreneurs here, are we ready?
Okay, thank you so much. And I would like to just add up on what my previous presenters have already said. We are talking about the digital economy and in the space of entrepreneurship, and of course, mentioning the African Continental Free Trade Area. Um, the digital economy in Tanzania, particularly, or I might start by saying that the digital platforms or the digital sector, it is one of the emerging sector in our country that the country is trying and is attempting quite a lot to engage and incorporate the digital strategies in different sectors. And that one can be seen from different initiatives that the government is currently implementing. We are talking about from the health sector. We are seeing that the government is trying to computerize the health information systems. We are talking about the planning. We can see that the government is also engaging quite a lot in bringing out some of the sophisticated systems that are digital in the context. And in all sector, the government is attempting to bring in the digital systems to assist in its day-to-day operation. So coming again to the economy as an emerging globally, we cannot lag behind. Even if we were not ready, but now the world is pushing us to be ready for it, victories, etc. So we need at some point to look at digital economy seriously and try to venture into it. So talking about the regulation and the regulatory framework, I tried to quote one of the statements from our late President Mkapa, who actually, during his tenure, he he emphasized a lot about privatization. And if you read his book, there's somewhere that he confessed that he did a mistake. And one of the mistakes that he did, he said that uh, during the time of privatization, if we could be given another opportunity, he confessed that I think he could start with regulation tips. We need to catch up with the world, and a lot of issues have been adapted by the government. But later on, some of the issues were getting out of hands in terms of the controlling, in terms of monitoring, etc. Now we are coming back to the drawing table of seeing how are we going to monitor, how are we going to ensure that we are using the digital space to improve our economy and as well improve the lives of our people. So the regulatory framework in the context of digital economy in Tanzania is basically divided into three parts. So we have on your left side what we call a strategic and the policy players. These are what we call the ministries. And in this case, I happened to listen a number of presentations which were made yesterday on the startup, and some of the questions were popped up about, did you register this startup? What about the license? Did you get the license? Did you get this and that? Those are some of the questions for those people who were presenting yesterday were asked. But if you look at key players in terms of policies formulations, in terms of designing the regulations, etc. We cannot run away from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. But again, most of the startups I've seen, they're also involving
issues around transactions and where the monetary issues coming in. The Minister of Finance and Planning is also coming in. So on one side, we have these strategic and policy players, but in the middle, we have those who are translating these policies, legislations, and into actions, and these we call them regulators. And for the case of digital economy, we are talking about TCRA being the leading one, the Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, and then you are talking about the Bank of Tanzania as a central bank, which is actually ensuring that the monetary or the monetary policy is actually implemented in a good way. But also for some of the people, I've seen some of the startups yesterday, they were also dealing with involving a bunch of money. And then here you are talking about regulators such as capital and security markets regulators, social security regulators, etc. So those are in the middle, the regulators. But on your far right, you have the implementers. And implementers, the key players are too many. We are talking about the NGOs, but the leading one are the MNOs, the mobile network operators. And then we are talking about these startups that we are also trying to emphasize them right now. So these are the players. So we have these three key parts within the regulatory framework. But some of the issues, before I wind up in this first round, looking at these three players, we have the policymakers, we have the regulators, and then we have the implementers, the enterprises, the startups we are talking about. The emphasis of our ICT, it was ICT for development. We never thought we could change the tone in talking about digital economy. Our focus was ICT for development. But here are the questions that, as far as the digital economy is concerned, we are asking ourselves. Number one is, how is our digital policy framework being made up in terms of accommodating all these kind of new innovations that are coming up? But another one of digital literacy, because all these startups, all these kind of issues that we need to engage in digital economy, they also need digital literacy, as my previous speaker has already said. But the last one, the regulatory toolkits. If you try to check the statistics on doing business in Africa, you can see ourselves as Tanzania and even most of the countries, we are lagging behind in terms of kickstarting the business. Have a business you want to kickstart. Here are the license you need to have. Here are the registration protocols you need to go through it. And we have the regulations toolkits that these startups and everyone who wants to dive into digital economy might be able to be assisted. So let me end up in this first round. Thank you.
No, very, very good insights. And I know as a startup within my organization called Me FM, me where I'm the CEO, the executive assistant, the cleaner, the tea person, and the customer manager, that most of the times we don't think about regulation because we think it involves capital. And Dr. Moitete, most of our startups, you had a chance yesterday to see a few. How do we blend in then question of financing for startups in order to ensure that regulations are in play and that we are compliant right from POC, proof of concept, or MVP?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, when we look at the issue of financing, financing is a game, and you need to formalize financing. It's not like easy the way people are trying to put it. So you might be having good idea, but if you don't formalize yourself, you may face some problems. You may not secure funding, and there is no free money that people can give you for free just by talking. You need to prepare yourself, and you need to be very smart. Apart from saying you might be having good idea that you want to go along with it, but you need to see into someone whom you want him to give money, because you are convincing somebody. You are convincing somebody to give you money to support your company. Now, if that man is about to give you funding, he needs satisfactory points in such a way that it can motivate him. Even if it's a venture capitalist, he may come and give you seed money to support and get going with the with the idea. So for us, what we are saying is you need to formalize yourself. Formalize yourself. Uh, uh, Set up a good plan. You develop your concept, and this is all about the project write-ups. So you must prepare your write-ups or your proposal. That will be part of your arguments for you to take it ahead. Now, with this proposal, of course, you should have so many issues inside your documents. Among those documents, you must be capable of understanding your investment very properly. Is there returns on your idea that you want to get the money from individual, from companies, from banks, and so on? So, is there returns? If there's no returns, then you don't need to go ahead with the idea. You stop. You stop. So you should always be looking at what are the returns. So by looking at the returns, meaning that you should know the break-even points. Is there a break-even point, and what is the maximizing profit maximization area? So you should be looking the zone for profit maximization. So you can convince somebody by saying, based on my idea, this idea is going to generate more funding, so I will be capable of getting more profit in future and employ more people. Then that can work if you will be able to follow the plans and identify different risks that are involved with the proper work plans and how those risks are going to be mitigated, and the financing choice. Now, apart from that, this is when you are trying to formalize your financing, formalizing your financing. And if you need to be very smart organizing your idea, because some of you have the idea, but securing funding, that is another step. It requires a lot of efforts and serious. If you are not serious, you will never secure. And this is where you may find many startups fail because they have good idea, but they cannot put it in writing. So they may need support for them, especially to link with other financial. So there are different sources that once you have a proper documentations, that by itself it can be a benchmarking for you to get the funding. If you have that one, then you can approach commercial banks. They can support the idea based on the returns on profitability and all those kind of things. It is worthwhile to invest. It's worthwhile for you to be given billions of money to continue with the investments. Otherwise, it should be rejected. It should be rejected, and you start new business or new idea or new startup. You should go that way until you know there is returns on investments. Then future investments. Then it is risky. Somebody giving you billion amount of money without knowing there is a returns on investments, it's very risky. And for us, we discourage that way unless we are sure about the returns, the future returns. Good idea, but it must be connected with the returns. And therefore, you can go to the commercial banks. This means getting loan. That will be the beginning for you to start doing. But again, you may connect yourself with the individuals, venture capitalists. If they find the idea is well written on a piece of paper, it's convincing. They can get funding. They are sure about returns in the future. Then it is where now they may say, we are joining hands with you to support the idea. We may go ahead and start implementing the idea. But again, you may secure from donors. The donors can support you. But the donor, they will support you if they have different direction. Others are non-profit making. So you should understand your choice. Which route are you looking at? And the route is this route a non-profit oriented startup, or is a profit-making oriented startup? So some donors are interested to support the non-profit making startup activities. So depending on the idea. Now, this idea will again originate from the documentation that you are preparing yourself. You have prepared yourself. Again, you may find yourself getting funding from your saving. That is also a good source. You can save. You can save. You start slowly. You may start your project with phases: phase one, phase two, phase three. Then you'll find yourself uh, rolling up and becoming bigger one, rather than thinking that you have never implemented 1 billion amount of money. You have never utilized in any project, but it happened. You have a good idea. Now you are getting that money for the first time, 1 billion, and you don't have discipline on how to spend. My friend, you may find yourself instead of implementing the idea, you may go and marry the second one. So we need discipline. We need discipline. Funding require a proper discipline. And okay, apart from what we have said, again, you need to be very aggressive for the startup, for the idea. You step by yourself. You need to explain yourself. You need also to explain about the returns on investments. How much? So people will question you. It's not like somebody will carry you and support you without having proper arguments. No, you need to argue. You need to argue. So, like in Tanzania, also the government is supporting. In Tanzania, the government is supporting through municipal, especially for young people, they get support through municipal. We have a policy to support young people in our government right here, and all the collections, 10% of the money of the amount being collected is set aside to support the idea for the startup and so on. And this is what we have been telling our young people. Where I'm coming from, at the Institute of Accountants, Arusha, we tell them that they should have a proper connection with municipal and other institutions. So sometimes we link them directly right there because it's very supportive. But again, there are other commercial banks that provide the seed money for the startup. Like in Tanzania, we have the CRDB. CRDB is they have special foundation that support startup idea. So even if you only need uh, well-written documentation that can demonstrate the business viability, and they will support you. And if you can step by yourself and argue aggressively, they will support. So in terms of financing, financing is not a problem. The problem is how you organize yourself. You organize your idea into papers to support the arguments. I appreciate so much for this presentation. Thank you.
Great. So before we invite questions, thank you so much for that. And one of the things, Dr. Moitete, you forgot to mention was angel investments. And most startups run up to angel investments. But I was joking with a colleague yesterday and telling him the composition of an angel for a startup is friends, family, and fools. So make sure that you know your documents. So one of the things we also saw yesterday is a dream to expand beyond your country of origin or beyond your testing model. And we had two presentations that really spoke to being in 10 countries and presentations that also spoke into an expansion model. But it would be good to hear as I do a quick fire with our panelists who've been very patient. Fabian, for you, what are the key ingredients to move from being just any startup to being a unicorn and being present in more than one country?
So if I would have the absolute recipe for that, maybe I would found my own startup, become a unicorn. But yeah, we've mentioned that we have to lower the hurdles from one side, that startups can really grow and go into other markets, because I explained the perspective of German corporates, but also the other way around. To expand as a startup is not very easy, because even let's say between Zanzibar and mainland, we have partly, for example, different rates of VAT. Yeah, so you have to have as a startup or as an international company all that market knowledge, which is difficult to get. And but what I can say is that we have done as a chamber, or me personally, 4 startup competition, or in 4 countries, different startup competitions. And sometimes it's also the journey, and sometimes the startup owners, even the startup fails at one point. Those are the people driving the country. So you've mentioned the topic of football. In 2017, we had a German Saudi Arabian startup competition with Khalid Al Khudea. He was founder of the first female co-working space in Saudi Arabia. Now he did the deal with Cristiano Ronaldo because he's working for the Ministry of Sports. Yeah, so those are the people also who can drive the governmental sector later on. And I think that's for the startups a journey. And once more, I think a good core is the B2B business. I've mentioned Trigger Cement with 1,200 employees, or we have a jeans factory managed by a Spanish-German couple, 3,000 employees, and they told me people struggle to manage their finances. So Mipango app is there, or other issues, as I have mentioned, vocational education. So I think, yeah, we should start to work to match the startups with the corporates, and I think then there are some revenues coming for the startups to grow.
Thank you for that. Dr. Moitete, when we look at financing structures and we look at startups, often there's doubt as a startup. And what is your thought towards, or rather, what words of inspiration would you give the startups here as they think about digital economy and financing their ventures?
Thank you. The financing structure, that is, it will depend. As I said, depending on the venture capitalist that we want to use. So you may borrow money from financial institutions if you find it is reasonable. But as I said earlier, that you must have a proper documentation so that the venture capitalists, they may look at it. There is opportunity for them to make returns. If there's no returns, they would never fund that opportunity. So when you are developing idea, make sure there is returns for the idea. That there is payback for the investments. They don't want waste money. Nobody's interested in wasting out money. Um, Sometimes, apart from using loan or the debt issue, you may find yourself issuing equity. This is another area that you may find yourself, if you find that the idea is big enough to justify equity, you can introduce shareholders to come and contribute towards the idea. But again, you will come back to the same. You need a proper documentation for people to buy share on it, to buy the idea, to give you funding, to support you. Then you must have a proper documentation. And this is part of the formalities. So you can opt. You go for equity if you find it's a good idea, um, and you don't have enough. You can issue shares, but again, you may go to the financial institutions. You borrow money from there. So these are financing options by making sure that you can operate. But there are also conditions. You must register business, okay? Because they will not never give you money into your bank account. They will only give money to a registered company. So you must register company, and you must have business license, and you must have those write-ups to support whether you go for equity or whether you go for debts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ari. Mwalimu Fonsian, you've spoken to something that's very near and very important, that no one must be left behind. Do you feel that the startups that we have today, the startups that we are working with, either as mentors or as advisors, are we driving that message home?
I think, of course, that the inclusivity, what I'm talking about is the inclusivity. And the startups we are talking about must make sure that the ideas accommodate as many people as possible. That's one side on the startups. But again, the infrastructure of the country, the infrastructure, when we are talking about the digital economy, so we are focusing on the whole society. We are trying to make sure that the economy uh, benefits all the society. And also the whole society has an equal chance. Members in the society have an equal chance of participating in the economy. Now, if infrastructure is limited to towns and the major cities like Arusha, Dar es Salaam, Mwanza, and other cities, then young people in these cities, those who are privileged to be there, whom their parents are able to live in major cities, are the ones who are going to benefit. Now, in countries like these ones in Africa, so our thinking must focus on the large society. We are talking about sustainability here. So if we are talking about digital economy for sustainability, you have to make sure that you are focusing on the whole society. So we have to make sure that the infrastructure leaves no one behind, so that a young kid in Tunduma, for example, a young kid in Serengeti, Mgumu, in the forest there, can also practice, can also use his or her talents to engage in the digital economy. In other words, if, for example, the connectivity is not there, the facilities are not there, we as partners, the government, we have to make sure that we have some hubs in these areas so that our young people can also benefit. And so we have many players in the economy. How are we going to do this? That's why I said, if you want to practice this in the continent like Africa, we have different ideologies. You see, the countries have different ideologies, and we have different focus on how to deal with the technology. We have different focus on how to deal with the business. So, as I said earlier, the morning, that we have socialist countries like Tanzania. We are still, of course, there, though we are practiced like the capitalist, but we are not capitalist. Our constitution says that Tanzania is a socialist country. So if you go to Kenya, there's a different story. You go to Nigeria, a different story. South Africa, a different story. So in other words, if we want to have a sustainable digital economy in the continent, in our countries, we have to harmonize our economic models. We have to make sure that the way we behave as a continent, a startup which wants to move from one country to another country moves without many barriers or restrictions. So I go back to what you asked about the startups who want to move from one country to another. It is very difficult in Africa. Those with startups have to understand that. If you want to go to Ghana, for example, as a startup, you have to understand the economy in Ghana. You have to understand the policies in Ghana. You have to understand even the exchange rates in Ghana, the taxation system in Ghana. So that's why we are saying for inclusivity, the continent has to harmonize its economic models, like the EU. So we are here, we're talking to, the EU people are here, the Germans are here. They use what they call of course, some countries use the Nordic model approach. The Germans use the social market economy approach. It's very friendly to the business. And that's why the of the visa, for example, moving from one country to another for the small startups is a bit easier. How is that in Tanzanian environment? So now no one should be left behind, must be defined in our policies so that we invest in those living in major cities like Arusha, Mwanza, and Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And very quickly, you'll allow me to give you 3 minutes each. Dr. Eliazo, we're talking about digital economies here, and we're talking about inclusivity. But one of the sticky points that keeps coming up is we're dealing in a digital world, data protection. Are we protected as startups? Do we have to think about data protection, intellectual property, source codes, and all these other complex terms that are thrown at us early on? And what is the impact?
Yes. So if you talk about because the entire if we want to sum it up, it's a matter of intellectual property. Before I dive into answering that question, I was taken to a point of reflecting about some of the very successful startups that turned up to be, worldwide kind of startups, and they were innovated and initiated with our very own people here in Tanzania. So back in the days, we had what we call Max Malipo. At some point, it fed away, but now we are talking about one of the penetrating in different countries, and he has decided to focus only on the issues around remittances and looking for the solutions. I think most of you might be aware about Nala, and if you go to the airport there, you see a big. Um, okay, so talking about intellectual property, reflecting from these guys, there's something that they have learned about it, and most of this we are seeing them being influenced by intellectual property is that area that in Tanzania.
Thing as getting too much financing in a startup, and is there a downside to that?
Interesting question. So very brief. I just from our experience, we've seen that sometimes startups that suddenly receive to know.
Right, there we are. Thank you for fantastic moderation. It's not the easiest of subjects to moderate because it's quite expansive and it can very quickly go wide, and it's very difficult to bring it back in. And I think you did a good job. And I thank you, panelists. Clearly very much experts in your fields, but that doesn't mean you have all the answers. It's a complex issue. It's multifaceted. It actually is in an ever-changing landscape, so it's quite hard to grasp or develop an algorithm that solves most of the questions that we have. Lots of insights in terms of the challenges that come with it, the potential that it has, and some of them are quite profound. Like the issue, I know you've raised it repeatedly, of the different, sort of political ideologies that we have within the same region. It's really difficult. Different countries are set up in a different way. So maybe then is it about a common framework that sort of like the EU countries tend to do? The GDPR, for example, when it came out, it wasn't about what England was doing at the time or thinking about Brexit. They had to adhere to that. Maybe that's where we go with it. But then there's affordability. But then there's the whole issue of inclusion. The dichotomies of the rural-urban, disparities that you have, bridging the gender gap that comes with it, etc., etc. Lots of that. But you have tried to contextualize where we need to go with this. I think, everyone around here is in here for this. There's plenty of answers. And maybe overall, the overarching message here is together we can. I think that's got to be the theme. And there are always going to be global best practices. There are going to be national best practices. There are going to be regional best practices. And our job is to find that common ground and try and move it. Good thing is it's moving. The good thing is the buy-in, we get, a lot less of the naysayers and a lot more of people who are embracing it. And we have seen this a lot, sort of, with all the systemic things that are coming in and payment systems at the government level and what they are doing. So there's an appetite for it. A great one is that, the public and private and CSO space. So that in itself is great. So I thank you for this. We have now, I think we'll give them a round of applause as the panel leaves, please. Thank you very much. And the moderator. Okay, thank you. You can go back. Great. Now, it's that time we've been waiting for, isn't it? I like how people pretend like they wanted one more panel, one more presentation. You all know what you're thinking about at this stage. It's a free lunch. Do you know, I emphasize the free lunch. If this was a paid lunch, it would have been a very interesting dynamic going off in here. You would have seen bags dragged out with sweets, chocolate, and apples, and whatever little you have. And some folks disappearing for an hour to go and do whatever they can to curb the hunger. But when it's been picked, the tab is being picked, it's always a great thing. So it is lunchtime, and we'll have just under an hour of this, but we need to reconvene here for 2:30. So two things about the lunch. I believe it's going to be served at the restaurant, or is it up here? At the restaurant. So the restaurant is over there. I've got zero bearings about this place. I've never been. So it's over that way, correct? Am I pointing the right way? Yeah, so northeast, right, that way. Right. So that's the first thing. For the speakers, correct me if I'm wrong here, Tilman, the speakers with the moderators, and I believe the Carol, myself, etc., there will be kind of like a reserve room. Carol, do you feel important at this point? No, you don't. You never are. I mean, you might not even show up at the table. I know how you are. But there you are. That's just one of those things for conversations which are kind of like in the spirit of partnership and less about importance. We all are important. So that's one. The second thing is, it's left my mind now. No, there was a message from Sarah, right? And this is to do with those who have arrived at the conference through a public transport, a classic coach that has brought you into Arusha. She needs the actual tickets, like the physical tickets, none of that scanned stuff. We Germans, we work with physical entities. We don't deal with virtuality, okay? So if you can get it printed, just in case it happens to be an e-ticket, it will be great, and Sarah is looking forward to that. Yeah, and also finally, and this is good. This is about this is what gives you that confidence that those who have organized this conference have thought it through the right way. So after you've had a free lunch, what would very quickly happen to you, and this is pure science, is your brain will kick in because it's going to get starchy over there. And what starch does to you is gives you a sugar rush, and then it dampens your energy totally. So when you arrive back from this free lunch, you get so lethargic and your engagement would wane. Okay, you wouldn't have the same energy you've had. So we thought this ahead of time, and we've made the afternoon much shorter. So what you would have when we come back from lunch, it would be one presentation, and then we'll get into a startup sort of presentation from Fabian. That is to do with the startup pitch competition contest from yesterday. So there'll be a quick, sort of half an hour honoring of those startup winners, and we'll go into network mode, which is very much a tea. So we'll pump a few more calories into you before you leave the place, and it will be the end of day 2. Now, that should inspire you to come back tomorrow morning. That's the idea. So it will be an evening tea, but very much, where you're mixing around small little snacks. Don't overindulge, because what would happen then is, don't take that to be your evening meal. That's just an evening coffee, network, talk more, eat less, and then off we go and we wrap up the day. That's the plan in a nutshell. Okay, any questions? I think there will be none because we're going for lunch. So everyone should say no questions, right? No questions. Good. No questions. So to that end, I want to thank you for the morning, for being a great audience, good participation, and for all speakers and all the moderators and all the panelists and everyone else who's working so hard behind the scenes, the cameras, those who are out there in the social media, those who are feeding us, providing whatever they are. I thank you for being great people, and I wish you a great lunch and see you here for 2:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. If we can occupy our seats, please, so we can get our afternoon started. This is the graveyard shift, isn't it? The compliance level drops by 50%. I might find myself walking table to table, going like behind people's heads, like just reminding you, seated, seated. Yeah, it is. Wow. So the QR is here. If you want to see photos, just go ahead and scan straight onto your smartphone. I don't know why okay, cool. Rather than the remarking. Right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our final part, day 2 of East Africa Regional Digitalization Conference, with a big focus on the future of digital economy and emerging technologies for sustainable development. So I did say this prior to breaking away for lunch, that it will be a relatively short afternoon. We have 2 key things happening this afternoon. We have a presentation on policy frameworks and incentives to support the growth of a vibrant digital economy in East Africa. And we're looking forward to this because at some point during a presentation, I think it was the second one, and to an extent the first one, we did say that the question of policy will come later in the afternoon. So some of those insights which we were searching for will probably be covered in this presentation, which will be kindly presented by Mark Omwidu Kabirizi, an investment planner for National Planning Authority in Uganda. I think that's probably the last soldier standing, isn't it, for Uganda? After that, you'll be totally depleted of resources, human resources, and we'll probably wave you goodbye this evening. No, we won't do that. We need you to play the audience. Oh, there's one more? Oh, that's right. That's what I thought. Yeah. You don't want to engage. It's too many of us. One Kenya. Where's Miss Divos? She told me she's a king. You know, king. One woman army. Well, clearly she's done a runner, hasn't she? So it's just she's no longer here. Right. So after the presentation from Mark, we will have a half an hour honoring to honor the winners of the startup pitch, which happened yesterday, which was day 1 of our conference. And Fabian would lead on that. And we'll then have closing remarks from the government of Tanzania via Jason, who is from the ICT Commission. So a relatively straightforward afternoon. And roundabout, if we get this right, we should be done by 4:15, and we'll go straight to an evening tea break and networking until 5, and we should call it a day. And please make sure that it's not the end of the conference. That will be the end of day 2. So we are reconvening back here tomorrow to wrap this up properly, and a lot of plenaries tomorrow. So we will be able to look at day 1 and the insights from day 2, and hopefully at that point we'll have exits, tickets, and thinking about what are we going to do about this ecosystem, this digital space, digital economy space when we go back to our respective stations. Now, just before I invite Mark, I would like to ask everyone to stand up, please, and give yourself as much space as you can. This is quite a huge room, so just stand up. Probably avoid being too close to your chair. If you can, and you can feel free to even move to a different space. You know, there's plenty of space here. We're going to do something small and physical, but we need to get ourselves into that calorie burning situation. So we're going to do all sorts of star jumps and push-ups. No, we won't. Okay, we'll do something a lot simpler than that. Okay, so a few rebels in the room who have refused to stand up. That's understandable. Well, the biggest rebel has stood up, so we should be able to. They know who they are. It's my brother, Derumaki. Me and him have a running joke. We've had this launchpad hunter for a while, and he's not up. It means we're ready to go. Right. So here's a very simple thing we're gonna do. We will pen on a paper, and we will try. And this is a digital conference with the theme on digital economy. So we will spell digital. I think digitalization. Oh, that's too long. We'll spell digital by making movements with our body. Okay, and it will be capital digital. I'll demonstrate this in a second. So it's the capital digital, so DIGITAL. We are going to write that using our body. Now, we're using capitals, so when I say D, you will literally try and do letter D, but you're trying to move all your waist if you can. And I know some waist can be stiff, and now move it, but just try, all right? Don't cheat and do D. You've asked me to do D, I'm doing it with my finger, and I'm saying no. Use your body, and don't do that. Just try and make a movement. Be a bit rhythmic, okay? Just be a bit, because I'll be watching, and I don't want to embarrass any of you. But please do a movement which is quite rhythmic, and it has some energy to it. And hopefully by the time we get to letter L, you'll be awake, and you would have shedded a few of these calories that we've picked up in there. Okay, so when we go together with this, so no one is rushing and no one is being left back. When we say D, we do D, and then we do the I, and then we do T. Whether you're doing from the top or from the bottom doesn't matter, left to right doesn't matter, but ultimately we are all spelling digital. Is this clear? Is anyone unclear about what they need to do? Who is unclear? We're doing the work just digital, right? And we're spelling it. Right, I've done a demo. I've given verbal instructions, and I think therefore we should be able to kick off. So once we finish L, you can sit down, right? But give it a good rhythm, so then it feels, right? Don't do that walk where you're walking like that and saying I've walked 20,000 steps, but you're not burning any calories. You need to give it a brisk thing. Right. So, team, colleagues, letter D. You say it as well. Just say D when you're doing it. It helps. You verbalize. Right. So, we'll start all over. Right. Letter D. D. Letter I. I. Letter T. T. Letter A. This is a good one because you need to do the whole A. Come on. Letter A. Was that good? Why is it letter L? Where was that? Have we done T? Yes, worse. So finally, letter L. Oh, how does that feel? You know, some of you want me to do the whole entire statement, don't you? You get into this so much. You want economy and emerging technology. We're not going to do that because we'll be here till 5 p.m. Thank you very much. You may have to be seated. Right. So, Mark, are you ready? Have we got, yeah, it looks like it's on the screen. And have you got your clicker? Yeah. Cool. So let's invite Mark Kabirizi from National Planning Authority in Uganda to take us through a presentation on policy frameworks and incentives to support the growth of a vibrant digital economy in East Africa. Mark will give you 30 minutes for this, and then we'll allow the audience to give a few reflections, comments, and questions if there are any. Karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I was a bit scared when I saw that I was given the slot after lunch. I thought maybe it's tactful that a government official is speaking after lunch when energy is low and, you know, people may not be very reactive. But I'm happy to be here. Good to see you all. I'll have a quick presentation and then engage the audience. I really want to hear from the startups about what they think about the policy environment, what is going on, what can be done better, such that at the end of this we have some, you know, good feedback onto the situation in Tanzania and the East African region as a whole. So, as a start, for those who do not know, uh, policy and policy frameworks is basically guidelines and direction, such that you can have a bit of consistency as you develop these ideas and startups, all the way from idea level to operation to, you know, even financing if it's coming in. So this policy means it's just a set of guidelines. And of course, some of you may not understand the importance of these guidelines, but it basically creates consistency. It protects you, it protects your investors, and it's necessary. So I'm going to give more of the Ugandan context, but of course, given that we're the East African region, a lot of this transcends and crosses borders. I have my colleague here from Tanzanian government who will complement where perhaps he sees that more can be done or that we're not doing enough. So for context, we have a planning framework. Oh, many of you may be asking why I'm here as a representative from Uganda and why the National Planning Authority, Uganda. So National Planning Authority is basically charged with guiding the country in terms of strategic guidance. So we develop plans in liaison with the different agencies that come together and develop plans and develop a strategic direction for where the country wants to go, including the vision, which is currently to transform the country from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. So we have all these plans. You can see we have high level, we have the Africa agenda, we have the sustainable development goals, we have the East African vision. And then when we go down to Uganda, we have, of course, first the vision and then the national development plans, the education policies, and then even the national fourth industrial revolution strategy. So why is this important? Because everything we do as a government is anchored in these plans. And key among these plans is the National Development Plan 3. So this is a document that was developed by the National Planning Authority, Uganda, in liaison with agencies and, of course, regional partners as well. So what does this plan speak to about digitization? I think that's an important starting point because you need to know that within our planning frameworks as a country, Uganda, we specifically and we highlight the role of digital transformation as a key enabler to provide services, to ease the provision of services in terms of time and distance, but also to incorporate it into our general way of life. So it's important to note that within the NDP3, the planning frameworks, we have digital transformation as a key enabler to all the other priority sectors in the country. And what are these priority sectors? Maybe it's agriculture, maybe it's tourism, maybe it's minerals, but we are incorporating technology and digitization across board because we do recognize its importance and centrality in the development of the country. So quickly, I'll take you through a roadmap of what we're doing as a country. But as part of that roadmap, we have these development plans that I've mentioned, planning frameworks. Now, when we have those planning frameworks, we identify key enablers that I'm going to talk about in the structure, which have to do with infrastructure, innovation, you know, cybersecurity. And when we get those enablers, we map them to specific projects and actionable interventions to achieve these goals. Now, as part of our digitization strategy, of course, we have key facts about Uganda, but these you can find out. What I'm going to take you through is the gist of the matter. And this has been talked about severally hinted on by members who spoke earlier. What are these 5 pillars? We have infrastructure, we have digital services, we have cybersecurity, digital skilling, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Now, I know you're most concerned about the innovation and entrepreneurship, but remember that this cannot happen without any of the 4 other pillars. So they're quite interconnected. And for context, I'll put it this way. Let's look at these pillars as a road infrastructure. So we have the infrastructure, which is the road, a well-done road, a tarmac road, so to speak. And then we have the digital services. Look at these as the vehicles that use the road. The road is useless without the vehicles. Then we look at cybersecurity. Look at this as policing the use of the road. In terms of policy, and this is mainly government role. Then we go to digital skilling. Of what use is the road and the cars if you have no drivers to drive the vehicles on the road? Then once you have the drivers, once you set up this road, usually you have infrastructure and a lot of development that comes along the road, whether at the beginning, midpoints, or at the end, which is key in as far as developing the road network is concerned. So that's just to give you a breakdown. I'm going to give you what's happening in each of these pillars, giving our country context as Uganda, and then later on we can move into what needs to be done. And I'm hoping to hear from you about what needs to be done, both country context and regional context. So let's start with the infrastructure and connectivity. This is the road, as I had said. What is the current status? What is going on? As a country, many of you might have heard of the backbone infrastructure, national backbone infrastructure, and last mile connectivity. So this simply means that we're moving fiber across the country. Now, fiber is a key enabler because without the fiber and the interconnectivity and the infrastructure, you cannot have any of these. You cannot have digital services. You cannot innovate if you don't have the internet. You cannot digitally innovate if you don't have the internet. So it's a key enabler, is what we're saying. And of course, we had the fast mile interconnectivity, which at this stage currently is quite adequate. This basically means that we're linked to other countries, basically in the region and internationally. We have the middle, which is mainly backbone infrastructure, national backbone infrastructure. And to that extent, I can say that about 50% of Uganda is connected to the internet. And we're moving, of course, towards a goal of 100% over the next few years. We've set up data centers and internet exchanges, which is quite significant. But where are we going with this? We need to have last mile connectivity across the entire country, which is what we intend to do over the next 5 years. And this is critical because without this last mile infrastructure, you cannot have any of these other aspects such as innovation and skilling. So it's critical to note that connectivity and infrastructure is a key enabler to achieving the rest of services. And this will cater to both current and future demands. Then we can move on to digital services. Digital services, in a nutshell, means using ICT or digital solutions to provide government services. This is in form of healthcare. This is in form of ID registration. This is in form of, providing government services. Even now, I'll give an example with regard to digital services of what we're doing. We do have a system called e-government procurement, which was a locally developed solution in Uganda by startups such as yourselves. whereby you have all the procurement across government taking place on this platform, which I think is quite remarkable, given that it's locally developed. Secondly, we have uh, issues around development of identification and registries. Of course, this is going on. We have the National Registration Authority, which does this. Is also a system that needs to be integrated to other systems. So basically, digital services means you integrate all government services and have them online such that they can reach the community more efficiently and effectively. Then we're moving on to cybersecurity. I think each one of us, if we're not already, needs to be concerned with issues regarding cybersecurity for both selfish reasons and also perhaps to protect your businesses. Cybersecurity, first and foremost, transcends borders. What is a threat in Uganda could be a threat here as well. What is a threat here could be a threat in Germany as well. The threat could even start from Germany and come here. The threat could start from anywhere in the world and affect us. So what are we saying? What are we trying to do about this? We're working with the private sector, forming partnerships. We're creating awareness through research and development. And perhaps important to note, when an assessment of the cybersecurity in Uganda was done, we found that with regards to legal requirements, we're doing quite well. With regards to cooperation, we're doing quite well as well. But we have a challenge of continuous capacity development given the fluidity of cybersecurity. We need to keep on evolving and to match up to the cybersecurity threats, both locally and internationally. Then we move on to an area where we have many experts in the room, including my Ugandan counterparts, digital skilling. So given the advance of the fourth industrial revolution that we're in currently, we need to harness this potential from the population. And what does this mean? This cannot be left to the government, but we have to work with the private sector. A lot of the startups yesterday were dealing with digital solutions to enhance learning. But in addition to that, we need to promote digital skills. Now, digital skills is not just IT, but basically getting our people, an understanding and an ability to innovate using the digital technologies that are available to them. And of course, we're working with the private sector to ensure that this is achieved as a government. Then, of course, we move to innovation and entrepreneurships. Now, the startups here fall under this category. Basically, we're looking at how to commercialize these ecosystems, these startups, to achieve what they set out to achieve first, their goals as startups, but also ability to scale and grow these businesses. So what does this mean? First of all, you create an enabling environment with the infrastructure, you skill them, and then you create an environment in which they can innovate and develop businesses around this. So here we're working with the hubs all across the country, and we're setting up funds to allow for this innovation to take place in this country, in the country. Now, in addition to this, we have all those 5 pillars, but in order to achieve or to move as a country, we cannot run away from the need for good governance and resources to finance this. I know many of you are aware that after the COVID situation that we had going on across the world, but I'll speak for the Ugandan context, we did experience severely fiscal constraints, which have affected our decisions in terms of reprioritization as a country, but also created a lot of deficits with regard to funding. So what are we saying? Of course, we'll get appropriations from the national budget. We'll get domestic revenue, but we also need our development partners, as you can see here, CAS officers both here and all over the region. So we need grants and loans, both to government and the private sector, the startups. We need provision, of course, we have development banks In this category, you can also add the commercial banks, given that we're talking about startups, and also leverage on private equity funds to provide funding to these startups such that they can develop and provide services to the. Now, what are the critical success factors to achieve this digitalization? One, we have the governance structure. So this cuts across government and the regional entities. We need to have a more deliberate working relationship across the East African region. We need to have awareness across board such that the message of digitalization transcends small rooms like this across the country, and we have the whole country, the whole region speaking about digitization. We need political will. I know for a lot of startups, you do realize that having political will goes a long way in fostering your ideas. I want to say that in Uganda, the government does have the political will to support startups and to drive a digitization agenda, as shown by first the presence of a plan, presence of a deliberate roadmap, and ministries, departments, and agencies that are willing to support this effort. Then, of course, the infrastructure. Like I said, we have the backbone infrastructure that is moving on to last mile connectivity that will enable innovation across the country. We have collaborations. Of course, we have academia. I was happy to see that we have some people representing from the academia because we cannot run away from it. We need academia, we need government, we need the private partners, which is basically what I see in this room. Then also resource mobilization efforts. Of course, these are joint efforts that we're working together on in order to achieve this goal. So this is a highlight of what we expect if we do all these interventions that I've mentioned. Of course, we have them detailed in our planning frameworks, but key, as you can see, is now if this goes according to plan, in the next 5 years, we should have 90% household connectivity, 95% of government services online. Now, you may underestimate a statement like that, but having 95% of government services online goes a long way in easing the cost of you doing business. You can imagine from wherever you are, you have internet, and you can apply for, say, a permit from the regulating authority without having to go there. That's, I think, amazing. Then we have, of course, digital literacy, which would entail the ability of the users to use these digital services and platforms that are being provided. Now, of course, a key takeaway from this, I want you to remember the framework. Look at it. I mentioned, I gave an example of a road earlier, the road network. In this time, I'll use an example of a house. You have the infrastructure, that's the physical building. But what is a physical building without the e-service? These are the appliances. You have the cookers, you have the fridge, you have the gas. But what are those e-services without the skills required to do these services? So you have to have people in there that have the ability to operate these services for you to run an effective household. And of course, innovation and entrepreneurship. Now that you have all these services in there and you have the house, how can you use that as a base to, spread and develop further across the world? Then security, of course, and data protection. If you have a house without doors or windows, if you have a house that is free entry, free exit, would you consider yourself safe? No, I don't think you would. So that's a key takeaway, and I think it's important for us to know. Now, I came to give the Ugandan context, but I think it's important that given that we're at a regional conference, I do hear from the participants, especially the startups. First and foremost, if they are aware, and if they, number one, are you aware that there's such a thing as policy in this region? Have you been affected by it?
In what ways have you been affected by it? What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong as policymakers? How can we improve? How can we work together? So I'm going to allow audience, I think before we go to the questions, I want to allow some of the startups and perhaps partners that we're working with to give us a feel for what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. Because earlier on when my friend Jin there was taking us through this exercise, I happen to be part of the East Africa group. And when we mentioned among the strengths that we have policy frameworks as a strength in the digital ecosystem in East Africa, I had a strong objection from one of the startups saying that there is no policy uh, uh, there's no enabling policy framework in this environment. So I wanted to know why is it that some people think that it is there and it is working, while others are strongly held on the belief that there is no policy. And in addition to that, I want us to have a tangible conversation about what we think is not there and what can be done. In addition to that, we also need to hear about you on the issue of policy inconsistencies. You know, as policy developers, it's easy to develop these policies. Of course, we work with you, the private sector, but once you start to apply them, then you start to realize that perhaps there's a lot of duplication and unnecessary hurdles that you need to go through. So, allow me to open this up, perhaps starting with the people in the East African group from earlier, telling us as to why they think that one, we don't have policy interventions or supportive policy interventions in the region. And the lady who was very strong against this. Are you okay to go?
I just concern is around the entire regulatory framework when it comes to the startups. So we keep seeing that most of, let's say, the foreign direct investments, the investors coming in and they're given tax holidays of a certain period of time to be able to set things up and then run. And maybe after some time, then they start to contribute some of these taxes. But then when it comes to most of the locally owned businesses, and here I'm just going to stick to the startups, you find that they do not enjoy the same leverage, considering that they're at the early stages of starting their businesses. And you don't expect that a student that has finished higher learning institution, or someone that from the street just came up with an idea, and then maybe they were able to grasp some one or two things, and then they managed to solicit some funds, maybe from family, or maybe they won a prize to be able to run their businesses, to be able to comply with all those regulations. Like, I'll give an example for Tanzania. There are 20 plus compliance mechanisms that you are supposed to comply with before you get that license to run. And so you can imagine all these hassles that someone has to go through in order to truly be able to become legal and also become recognized in terms of what they're operating. And this is why you find that most of the startup businesses, regardless of digital or technology, you find that most of them decide to run away from all these formalities and remain informal. So they do their businesses, but they shy away from registering these entities because they know once they register this, then they'll be entitled to pay a lot of legal requirements. At the end of the day, you find that it becomes not a very conducive environment because the government also loses revenue, and the startups fails to seize the opportunity to be able to become recognized and even now take big chances because of the fear that once they are known, then they may be entitled to all these other constraints that they may be subjected to. So I think something needs to be done. If it can be an opportunity to really provide these holidays for startups to really maybe to start maybe until the 5th year, when they're able to really stand on their own, then that's when they can be subjected to all these other requirements. Then I believe most startups will be able to become resilient and be able to stand a test of time to reach to that point. Because I think you're also aware that even from the researches that have been done to date, the lifespan for many startups is ranging from the first year to the 5th year. Most startups die within about that time, and one of the reasons why it happens so is because of all these other requirements. So I think we need to really create an environment where we can, like project an environment where startups can be able to see the possibility of surviving within these first critical 5 years of kicking off the business. Thank you.
I think maybe I'll just add to that. You see, I agree with you. We need the businesses because at the end of the day, a successful business benefits the government and the individuals who set up this business. So we need to reduce the cost of formality or the bottlenecks, but also create an incentive structure for the startups. So that I do agree. And we need to have deliberate efforts. So the conversation here today should be actually, no, there's something you mentioned as well. You mentioned that startups usually last from about 1 to 5 years. But in Uganda, which happens to be the most entrepreneurial country in the world, we also have the highest business mortality below 1 year. So, in as much as we're setting up so many businesses, we have so many businesses failing. And we want to create an enabling policy environment. We need to be deliberate. We need to have, of course, the strategies, short, medium term, and long term. But I think I'll move on to. Feel free to raise your hands if you have a contribution to this as well.
So I did not object strongly, though. But I'll agree with my brother there, as I was actually one of the people that was highly affected when we started our company. We were more on the ideation stage, and by the end of the year, TRA had already come to us and told us that we had a fine. Now imagine you're bootstrapping, you don't even have the MVP in the market, and you already started paying fines and all that, just because we had registered ourselves and they expected us to be working by then. So yeah, I think that should be worked on, especially giving us like a break from like 1 year to 5 years or 1 year to 3 or 4 years. That would be a good thing for the startups. I think the other thing for me was just bearing in mind that we are more into the finance part of the business. I would really wish that because there are policies that are governing us, but I would really wish that we had more like a sandbox when it comes to tasting things more into the finance side when it comes to BOT. So I'll take an example of our products where we wanted to enable our customers to be able to have e-wallet feature, meaning they requested us to enable them to be able to spend and make payments through our platform. So in order to do that, we would have to have a license fee for that. And license doesn't come cheap. And bearing in mind, it's a new product. So there's a testing and making sure that it works or not. So imagine if we had a pre-qualified, let's say, certificate to just enable us to be able to test that feature and make sure that it works before we start gathering ourselves and paying for the license and whatnot. So a sandbox would have acted really good for startups, especially in the finance side of it, to be able to test these features and see if they work or not, and how better we can, implement this together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else contributing to this?
try not to throw you under the bus. So I run a business incubator, and we are in the secular space. And by default, innovation is catching up to policy is catching up to innovation, right? Because it's new things that you're doing. And so, for example, in e-waste management, we are refurbishing, you know, all technology to make it really good quality and affordable to close the digital gap. And currently in our country, we have a law against secondhand technology. So our plant is best in Mombasa because it cannot be in Uganda. While we're talking about digitalization, it's what would co-creating with the private sector look like to help implement some of the things that would facilitate digitalization better and the agenda? Because I also find a mismatch, right? So you talked about internet connectivity and 50%. Again, with my hub, I spend an arm and a leg to afford good quality internet. But, Uganda is trying to put fiber around, and the red card is still very steep. So while, the policy and the direction look good on paper, the implementation and the mismatch in that still does not help the day-to-day, innovator and founder to make things happen. So what would co-creating with government look like? Who are the enablers that you're already doing that with? And maybe as ESOs, what could we do better to be part of those? Because it could help you inform the policy that you're forming, best to the people that we're serving. And secondly, government is the biggest market, I think, for innovation, right? And they would provide good pipeline for startups to be able to service, different agendas for the government. However, I think still speaking the context of Uganda, while we launched the roadmap, the digital roadmap, it's still unclear how startups can then tap into government as a marketplace. Because the policies again expect you for you to bid with another international company that already has the muscle, makes it difficult. So at the end of the day, it's then not serving the startups to be able to get the traction to serve government to make it easier. I think, like you said, indeed, if you're already taxing them and making it a little bit difficult to play, how could we tweak that a little bit? Because you're providing pipeline and market for startups, but that's not going as well as we hope it did. I don't know. Does my player kind of make sense to you?
Thank you. Thank you, Chin. Now, on the issue of, for the record, I'm not defending because I'm here to understand, I'm here to help, and we're here to come up with solutions together. But with regard to internet connectivity, I said 50% of the country now has fiber connectivity. Our target is 100%, which we hope to achieve in the next maybe 3 years. But I think key to note is that fiber connectivity or internet connectivity is a process that requires a lot of physical infrastructure and time. So it moves in phases. We cannot have affordable internet before we have internet. I don't know if that makes sense. We cannot make affordable what is not yet there. So once we have the internet connectivity, definitely the prices will come down. They'll come down because of economies of scale, and we hope to achieve this in the next 5 years. Already we've seen declining prices of internet. Yeah, as a country, and I'm sure as a region, this is happening because of a lot of the cabling that's going on around the region. So in terms of accessibility, we're moving. In terms of affordability, as soon as we have it accessible, I can promise you it will become more affordable. 2, government work. Of course, government is the biggest payer, at least in Uganda. It's the biggest spender, sorry. It's the biggest spender. So of course, tapping into that market is a big thing for not just the startups, but even the SMEs, even the so-called big companies that are local. And by local, let's look at it at a regional level. It's quite hard to get into those because of the requirements. Now, we do recognize this because a lot of businesses want to do work with government, and ideally, we should support our businesses to do government work. I gave an example of a company that did the government e-procurement system, which I think was a good example of a local company doing good work, and we should be able to support But now we're looking at what kind of support do you need? Because in Uganda, we run a free market economy. So we cannot restrict, say, international bids. But what we want to do is to make the local companies more competitive. What do you need? Do you need infrastructure? Do you need bank guarantees? Do you need government guarantees? Do you need support with regard to, you know, policy incentives? You know, what exactly are we looking at to make you more competitive? What deliberate steps can we take as a government to make you more competitive? Not to make the others less competitive, but to increase your capacity. And we're looking at that in terms of actually allowing these companies to be able not to compete for just the local and regional jobs, but actually at an international scale. Because there's no reason why a Tanzanian company is not able to bid for a job, say, in Europe or Southern Africa. You see? So this digitization, first of all, is opening up the world. So once you build that critical mass of skills and capacity, then you can take on other international jobs. But until then, we need to support each other to grow and move on further.
Thank you. Kosi Luka from Smart Darasa, a startup in Tanzania, and thank you for the presentation. On my understanding is with the policy and the policy framework, I would like to challenge one thing is who are the people behind the policies with a case study. So Algeria has a Ministry of Knowledge, Economy, Startups, and Micro Enterprises. So from Wikipedia, the minister who is holding this had founded a company called Smart Solution Hosting back in 2016. In 2019, he co-founded two startups, Smartways and Bright Solutions. And yes, in 2022, he was appointed as the Minister of Knowledge Economy, Startups, and Micro Enterprises. So it's no wonder there is here another news that's saying this year, Algerian government has unveiled 411 million startup fund for the startups in their country. So the person forming these policies was an ex-startup. That is why it's easy for them to have a first-hand experience of the problems these startups are facing and the solutions that the startups need, much easier compared to a lot of policymakers in other places. So, and this I pose it as a challenge in. I have more experience in our country, Tanzania, is that a lot of people in the policy creation, especially for businesses and startups, do not have that first-hand experience of being in the business or having a startup. So that is why it becomes very complex, as you were saying. You create a policy for startups to work with the government, but there is no a clear way for startups to tap into that marketplace with the government. So what I would challenge is that, I don't know what part of the government you are, but wherever you are, everybody in that department start a startup tomorrow. And when you get that first-hand experience, it's easy for you to now come with very good policies that are going to create a vibrant ecosystem in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think Jason will come and, and speak to that as well. But I'll also pose people in government start startups, or should the people in startups go to government? That's in a light. But we do recognize the need to have people with first-hand experience in these positions to set up policies that can enable vibrant development.
Thank you, Mark, for your candid presentation. Loved it, quite insightful. I have two questions. One is a sticky one. How do you translate policy into action? And I think for us in the East African corridor, we can all relate with this. So we have very good policies on paper, but getting that from the blueprint and localizing or just putting that into operation so we can reflect these ambitions we're talking about. So just to share a bit of experience from the Ugandan side, you have the civil servants who are mostly the ones that put this policy into action when they've been passed into law. And the disconnect that we normally face is that the civil servants don't understand the digital ambition of the country or the vision of what we're trying to achieve. Many times they are not onboarded on that plan, so they don't feel like they're major constituents of that change process. And that's where we lose them. So if the civil servants don't understand that, then even the citizens get lost in that translation. And then we're not able to get the impact that we're supposed to achieve with the policy. So I'm just curious to understand with some of the experiences across the board to see, is it possible for us to translate these ambitious ideas into action? And then maybe my second question would be able to speak to when we speak about policy frameworks, one of the biggest challenges that we face is a policy conundrum, changing perceptions about policy. So many times, still speaking to the disconnect, we find institutions or the leaders, the political decision makers behind policy, don't have a very good appreciation of what that policy means for startups, for investments, for entrepreneurs. And so my question is, and because now you end up with problems such as bureaucracy, red tape, normally such things happen, they come from a place of ignorance if somebody doesn't understand the impact of the technology that you're trying to adopt or trying to champion. So in bringing on board the politicians, in bringing on board the civil servants, in bringing on board the startups as all vehicles of that vision, how do we facilitate that process and get out of that policy conundrum where there's always these negative perceptions about techies? And I'll give you a very good example. In Nigeria, for instance, if you're techie, the government sees you with a lot of suspicion. So in Nigeria, they call techies. Does anyone know the name that they refer to techies? They call them Yahoo boys. So Yahoo boys are associated with fraud. So when an enforcement official, let's say a policeman or security operative, sees you with a laptop bag, that's a harmless piece of equipment in your possession. They see that as a threat. So they immediately strip you, search you, and imagine that you're one of the scammers online trying to rob people. So when you're a developer in Nigeria, you also have to think about like your life. It could be at risk. You could be taken to a safe house for just creating an app or a life-changing solution. So we are all seeing that coming from a point of fear, suspicion. That's what tech does. AI now is causing such discussions to come from beneath. So everyone's looking at it from a point of fear and ignorance. So how do we make these people see that one, tech is here for social good and that it can actually drive social progress, the policy conundrum? If anyone can also speak to it, I would be very...
Yeah, thank you. I thought you would give us a solution to that after you spoke. But we'll leave some of these things to Mr. Jason. But you spoke about something before I go to the next question. You spoke about the next policy in action, putting to action. Now, of course, when we're developing these policies, I'd like to speak for the Ugandan case. It's a bottom-up approach. We say we want digitalization. What do we need? Policy. How do we form that policy? Who are the players in the industry? Startups, we have the SMEs. We have perhaps the National Planning Authority as a convener. So we bring all these people in and bring how to grow, how to first of all how to develop this policy, and then second how to implement it. So everyone has a role to play. I'm not saying government is playing a perfect role. We still have a lot to do, and we do notice that we have gaps. But we also benefit from a vibrant
Just a minute. I wanted to give a good use case because you had asked me what's the solution. You're all aware of digital financial services and the digital revolution in East Africa and how we are leading in mobile payments across the world. So I think this is one of those deliberate policy actions that has actually worked. So if you go in rural places that are underserved, there's an appreciation or sense of ownership in the customers, the end-to-end consumer in the mobile money service payment that they're using. If you find a farmer or someone in the market selling something and they're pitching, they're literally pitching for mobile money, you would think they developed the app themselves, but it's coming from a sense of ownership. They feel like the app speaks to their needs, solves their challenges, and gives them a very good service delivery options available. So in solutioning that to fix the lack of traditional financing options that we've been facing, mobile money has actually been able to work. And I'm very curious how policymakers are building up this as a very good success story. Because in East Africa, we came from no banking, no telephony, and then we leapfrog to mobile telephony, and then from mobile telephony, we leapfrog to digital banking. And that was such a huge leap. In many parts of the world, that's almost unheard of. So I think that's a very good use case. The mobile money worked.
Thank you. And I think that's a very good example. And of course, it goes without saying that good ideas or successful ideas speak for themselves in a lot of the cases. So we do not need to say how important mobile money is because we know and we use it. We apply its use. So thank you, and I think that can be considered.
Yeah, I also wanted to echo what you said. And I think the most important thing that I think for many people within the ecosystem that needs to be aware of is that most of these things, they're new, they're very innovative, and sometimes people are accustomed to like the usual things that they get to see every day. And so I think the best thing to do and the best thing to approach it is to maybe also involve more research, because when we do research to show uh, the importance of this and this, why is it important to continue adapting these mechanisms, then it will be easy sometimes to even inform the decision makers, but also for those who are creating content, for people to be more aware. They'll have some points to leverage on and see how they can use such information to inform the interventions. Because if you also remember, when the mobile money came in, it was not necessarily like accepted right from the beginning. And you'll remember, at least I can tell for Tanzania, there was a big battle between the financial institution, the banks, and the mobile companies. And there was a point where this thing had to be stopped for the government said that it had to be regulated. But I'm sure that researches had to be done to really show why the mobile money technology and mechanism is inevitable at that point in time, and that's why it was accepted. So I think we need to invest more in research so that to inform more, to have evidence, because evidence is what that makes people understand and see the vision and the potential outcome of getting into something that we want them to get into. So yeah.
Thank you. Let me just take one more. We have time.
Thanks very much. So maybe I'm not the biggest expert, but at least I give it a try. So why should we do, all the research again and again? I mean, the mobile money story in Kenya is so successful, was so successful as majority of people had no account, no bank account, and they had no access, maybe also no chance to get one. And then there was a good chance for everyone to have access to, well, transferring money, being able even to loans, although that's a bit a discussion as it's quite expensive. But why not also policy wise copy paste things existing? I mean, there can't be such a big difference between Kenya and Tanzania. Copy paste, I think it's a smart thing to do. I hope these policies are publicly available on Kenya's web pages, for example. And I think to make it all new for Tanzania is maybe not needed. So learning from others, did China would know best, right? But anyway, so this is a good track record you can make use, and mobile payment is a very good example.
Certainly. I agree 100%. And I believe in many cases that is actually what is being done. Because, a lot of, first, we have the frameworks, the regional frameworks that bind us. But then, even then, if an innovation is new, say mobile money is new in Uganda, but it's working in Kenya, usually the policymakers do a benchmarking visit, get the best practice there so that we don't make their same mistakes, such that we can replicate and perhaps even improve. We get the latest version of what is required. So thank you. I think that's a good takeaway, and we're applying it to an extent. We could do better.
Thanks very much. Maybe I should stand up. This table is very hidden. I've been raising my hand for so long now. I'm sorry, in the morning I was not here during production. I had a meeting and we discussed the same thing. Because this falls under our portfolio in the office. Just an advice. My name is Gerard. I'm the Director of Innovation at COSTECH. Our job is to nurture these startups and we've done a lot in the country. And people say there are no policies. You can say, I don't think the problem is policies. We have all the policies. The problem is maybe awareness of the existing policies and the problem. And those who are aware of that have been supported a lot. So I advise startups who are here and others who are not here to liberate on the existing arrangements that we use for others to go further and successful. Even those who seek the maximum report, the investor, they are coming from our incubation center. They were using our own support because some services can easily be picked by the government when the government institutions talk to themselves. So if you have a solution that you think the government can pick up, we have the local content policy, we have the science policy, we have the R&D policy, we have the national investment policy. All those are talking about empowering locals to come up with solutions to minimize dependence on foreign technology. So ICT is one of the very successful sector. Now I'm struggling with other sectors. Maybe I'll just give you an example for this year. A guy came up with the prepaid water meter. The only government institution which can buy that is the water authority. So through procurement act and policies, we are allowed to say we can lobby for you to get the tender without competition. And that's what we did. Now he's obtained the total. We gave him 250 million shillings, and the authorities gave him 190 million shillings. Now he's piloting in 20 regions. There was no tender. But how we used the existing policy and those who are supposed to implement the policy. So it's our job. Yes, we have a mistake. Not a mistake. We have a challenge. We cannot reach everybody every time. So some awareness is not there much. But also the entrepreneurs themselves, I would advise them to read these policies and understand the action, what you call the policy directives, and the first authorities. For ICT, we had a challenge with the digital technologies guys to access the ICT infrastructure from DCRI, the Authority for Communications. Now we have an MOU with them. They're enjoying 6 months free piloting partners. So those who don't know this thing, sometimes with Tanzanians, I don't know in Uganda, you might having the spacing, there's a problem because we also having this East Africa meetings, we face this. People need to read policies and understand them and they face authorities. Yet we have a challenge. Sometimes we from the government, we're not giving much awareness. Some of us are not that much flexible. So that's a weakness. But please use your platform, your associations to raise your voices. And we are there to help. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I think with that, I will close this session and ask Mr. Henry to come and take over.
Thank you. Oh, that even with the Pasha, we call it Pasha, when you warm up. I was expecting a very huge round of applause for Brother Mark. That was really insightful. So can we try again, please, and give him a loud one? Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I think lots of insights there, and I think there was an opportunity there for to get those additional reflections and comments from the audience, and indeed questions. It was great that Gerald made it back from a meeting, so we got to hear from COSTECH, being we already heard from ICT Commission, and that really, kind of like completes that cipher pretty good that we have those two bodies there working together in this space. So thank you for your contribution, brother. And I think that example there of a prepaid meter and effort from the government to make sure that you fast track that innovation because it's quite needed is an example of how that's the political way. We're ready not to bend the rules, but to make sure there aren't any delays. From you, Mark, I think, for me, and I really wanted to say, I'm a teacher, right? That's my when I left engineering, I went straight to teaching. And there's nothing better than having an analogy that is simple to understand and it actually sticks to your head. So even if I wasn't an expert, and not that I am anyway, in terms of the digital economy, but that analogy of a road, network or road system and how you explain those 5 pillars, I thought that was incredibly good. It would stick to our heads that we now are thinking about the infrastructure. You were talking about the road being built, and then you have your cars as digital services, then the cybersecurity. It's to make sure that people are complying to the motorway regulations and laws, on into digital skilling, which is your drivers being trained, and then the innovation and entrepreneurship as that place expands. And I thought that was profoundly good in terms of how you put it. Very simple to understand, but with its complexity. So again, that's just from the teacher in me. I love that. And I felt, that I was back in classroom there being taught. But yeah, insights such as you went on into that house analogy and plenty of stuff in there. I don't want to repeat it, but I thought there were some real nuggets there that you could grab and move with, which is always great when we can have that. So again, I know you've had 2 rounds of applauses. I'm not going to ask for the third one, but I'll give you a big up for that. That was really, really good stuff. And I know you took a moment there to big up Uganda, which is good. You had to fight back. I've been leaning heavy on you guys because of power in numbers, but you managed to say you lead the world in terms of entrepreneurship. I didn't know that statistic. Is that factual? Okay, excellent. No, you can't ask a Ugandan that because if you do that, then you're creating a bias. We won't take it from Kenya. Ask a Tanzanian just so we can say no in unison. No, no. I mean, but then unfortunately, it was the gift and the curse, isn't it? Like he did say, and I was having lunch with my brother over here, and he was actually speaking about the same thing, that the sustainability is a challenge. You can start a business, but keeping it going is really, really tough. But then you've also cited the example of mobile money. That one somehow has become sustainable. So, how do we emulate the successes of mobile money? We all know about our M-Pesas and whatnot. They're forever there. And I think my brother was telling me over lunch that it almost becomes embedded within the culture. That's how you know your business is a success. And citing examples of the Nikes of this world and the Adidas and the Coca-Colas, you're part of that culture. You're buying that pair of trainers because you want to relate to the culture of that, particular brand. And maybe that's where we need to kind of like think in that way, and I know it's not always the commercial aspect of it, but that's the 3 concentric rings, isn't it? We spoke about heads, and then we spoke about we got that nugget from Anika, that is the heads, and then it's the capital, and there you go. So yeah, lots of that is fitting in nicely. There's a thread that is linking between all the presenters to bring it back into a convergent point of the challenges that we have in establishing these digital economies, but also at the same time the opportunities that exist. So thank you very much for that. Now, before we go into the honoring of the startup pitches that happened yesterday, Brother Nderumaki had asked for 2 minutes. This could be a curveball because he refused totally to tell me why he needs the 2 minutes, and I've given it to him in faith. Tillman, that is your team. If he does anything wacky and he destroys the whole conference, I take no responsibility. But I'm giving him the 2 minutes. It's all right. It's a disclaimer. It's a formal disclaimer. Are you all right? 2 minutes? I'm counting. 120 seconds. It starts now.
When I start, I tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you, presenters, discussants, and all the participants. I'm here on behalf of you. We have still some awards that we want to give before the next exercise of the honoraria for the honorary for the winners. But now we must have 3 winners because we have 3 awards here. A simple one, and we want 3 people wants to get them. It is an exercise of 2 minutes. Is I see, and then there we are. So what you are supposed to do is that to know how to write your first name in capital letter. That is the first criteria. And the second one is that you can write that name in any environment. And the third one is that you want to get the prize. So, for those who want that, please, can you show up if you want to get the award? Only 3 people. You want? Yes, one. The second, yes, please come in front. Only 3. Yes, 3 of you. Come with your notebooks, please. Yes, and I want one who will judge and then to give out, just to give out. No one will fail, and we just give. If he or she gets, then there you are, you just give. Can you give them the marker pen from me? Quickly, please. Who will be our judge? No, no, no. Not this. This one. Okay, you can just write your name, the first name in capital letter. Just the first name in capital letter, and then you come this side. Who will be a judge, please? It's you. It's just stand here. When they get right, just give them right away, and then there we are. Okay, again, just write yours. Quickly, please. The way you will write it in anywhere. Okay, and you get your chance, please. Get your chance. Get your chance. If you have written there. Okay, make sure that you have a pen now. Okay, get it. Just get your chance. Okay, have an empty page. An empty page. Okay. So like this. So that when you are ready, then you can just, the judge will just look at it, just tell her read, and then you get your reward, and then you move. Okay, wait, no. Let them write, and then they will show you. Okay, if they get, just show them. Okay, is that right? Okay, 3 players, they are there. Please give them. And I assure you, the participants are very clever. They knew what to do, and this is the first batch of the winners. Henry, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also give gift for the on behalf of the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Nurumaki. You've always been a risk taker, and I've always welcomed this because risk takers are winners, aren't they? So it was calculated risk, and I hope it was fun and enjoyable. And congratulations to the 3 participants. Was it fixed? Right. So this was all planned, and there was no competition whatsoever. If you showed up, you win. Is it one of those? Or did the Kenyan judge destroy the play? Shouldn't we have perhaps? Absolutely. And you've just seen it there. Should have been one winner. I bet you one of you is sitting there thinking, mine was better. It's all a joke. It's all in good spirits. So well done. Though everyone was a winner. It's always good when everyone wins. Right. So now we're gonna segue straight to the final piece of this afternoon. I would like to welcome Fabian to come in and honor the winners of the startup pitch, which took place yesterday, which was day 1 of our conference. Fabian.
Thank you very much, Henry. And I think we are running a little bit out of time, but I'm trying to make it short. So yeah, yesterday we had the German-Tanzanian startup competition. You see 8 startups here, but actually we had 65 applicants. So maybe a warm applause already to the finalists, the 8 finalists. I read the names: Afya Drive, Biashara Makini, Dawa Mkononi, eMotion Africa, Leo Gulio Smart, Mipango App, Smart Arasa, and Taifa Technovation Hub. We have planned that we are doing the pitches of the 3 winners right now. William? Otherwise, yes. This time we are not that strict with the 3 minutes, so 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Okay. So yeah, I'm just asking Joseph, is it possible for you to pitch also without the presentation? Otherwise, we are waiting maybe a minute. That sounds very dangerous. Huh? So maybe we need another exercise. Okay, now it's working. So just to explain, yesterday we had actually 3 winners. They will come, they will go to Germany next year to a specific startup trip organized by CAS and AHK. So they will meet in Berlin, other startups, potential investors, other companies. And I know that Joseph is already in touch with some of the German companies, so that will be very fruitful. And We are ready? And I would say, Joseph, you start already. Dawam Kununi, Joseph Paul, the founder, and 3 minutes, 5 seconds.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Joseph Paul, and I am the CEO and co-founder at Dawam Kononi. Apologies for the technical issues. Dawam Kononi is a Swahili phrase. It means medicines at your palm, and we're a pharmaceutical company registered in Tanzania, innovating around the supply chain in B2B. So do we go next, or do I just go ahead? Whichever works. So, did you know that health facilities spend about 6 to 8 hours in the marketplace looking for medicines? So this includes pharmacies, hospitals, clinics, and the likes. And usually happens in the picture, as you can see. They queue up in these wholesale facilities, taking quotations from places to places, and then on their way back, they have to carry these medicines in our public transportation, which is quite not friendly for the medicines as well. The glasses may break, the cold chain products may be damaged on the way. So on top of that, all these health facilities have a risk of getting counterfeit medications because of manual systems in the supply chain, and they also may face lack of working capital on their purchases, which limits them to have a broader range of medicines for their purchase. And that is how you find dispensaries and clinics having a few range of medicines. So the solution that we come up with is a B2B data-driven platform. We have made a mobile app. It's available in Android and iOS. Makes it quite easy for these facilities to make purchase of medicines. They see all the ranges of products. They choose the products they want. We are actually cheaper than the marketplace because of our efficiencies in operations and our automation in the systems. It's quite easy as well to make payments. We have integrated with almost all banks and almost all mobile money. So this is our product. You can see it. We have all products, as I mentioned, medicines and medical devices. We have very seamless search systems, reordering systems, and payments. Next. Yes, so this is our market distribution. We have most of the market is covered by accredited drug dispensing outlets. These are like smaller pharmacies. We have hospitals, dispensaries, and the like. And our vision is to be the largest supplier of medicines in the Eastern Central African market. And based on the country choices, you see most of these countries get their medicines imported through the Dar es Salaam port. They are landlocked. So we want to create a more of a perfected supply chain that is driven by data, taking medicines from our port all the way to the other countries. And our model is B2B. We have a margin of about 10% kept on the products. We source the products from importers and we sell it to the retailers. So what makes us special is we believe that data is gold, and we believe that if we use data in our own internal processes, we can improve every step of the way. And on the customer's end, we use it to improve their user experience. And we have the best delivery time in the markets of average 2 hours. Most of the other suppliers do around 8 hours again. And we have credit financing. Thanks to our partners, the banks, they extend this loan system to the clients. And it's something that is the first in the market because the banks also need to see that you can provide them with data that minimizes the risk of credit financing. This is our competitive landscape. We also have a couple of competitors. However, we hold the highest market share currently in the e-commerce sector in the B2B. And this is our team. We have a full-time 25 people full-time, and we have again about 30 people part-time. And I'm the CEO. By profession, I'm a medical doctor. And we have our CTO and our HR manager, our chief operational officer, and our chief financial officer. Next. And these are our milestones. We started off last year, January. We have covered about 1,900 customers in the country. Last year we did sales of 315,000 USD. We project to do 10 times this year, 3 million. So far, year to date, we have done 2.2 million. And last month we did about 450K. And we are growing 10 to 15% month over month. These are among the competitions and support we have got so far. And these are projections. We have already break even, and since September this year, and next year we project to do 5.6 million in revenues. Next. And this is our fundraise. We are actually on our seed round of fund, and we are raising $2 million that will provide us with a runway of 24 months. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. This is a very wonderful um, uh, startup, so I can say. And yesterday I wanted to ask a question, but I think today is a wonderful opportunity. So my quick question is, some of the medicines we know that they are provided under a certain prescription from a medical doctor anyway. So how do you handle that? Is anyone can access, can make an order using the platform? And how do you handle the issues of medical personnel prescriptions? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Our services are strictly B2B. We only service the facilities. So pharmacies, clinics, dispensaries, we do not deal directly with the patient.
Thank you. As we know that the market now is currently saturated, and now you as a startup, how have you prepared yourself to compete the market? As there is a supplier of the same medicine with the huge muscles who can develop the same app and they can come and beat you.
Thank you. And we have received quite some beating. We realize there are such big suppliers. Some of them have actually tried to make similar platforms, but it's not all about making a mobile app. There's a lot of complexities to do with that, and it runs down to all the services. We like to just say that our mobile app is just another way of customers getting the medicines easy. But if you actually ask our customers, they'll tell you these guys have a better customer service, they're faster in delivery as well, their prices are way better. So there are a lot of complex issues. As you know, e-commerce business is one of the toughest. It has deliveries, warehousing, and many other things. So we know that, but as a company, what we do to be different is we try to solve problems on a daily basis, be better every day. We solve them slowly, and so far, we believe we are going to have the highest market share, maybe in 5 years. Yes, and we understand the market better. There are very few Tanzanians wholesalers in medicines, mostly are owned by Indians who have been importing medicines for quite some time.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the complications with the presentation. I hope now it's working better. And we're coming to our second winner, fintech startup Agnes Molel from Mipango app.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agnes Model. I'm one of the co-founders of Mipango FinTech. What we have done is that we have built a money management platform that helps our customers to be able to save, budget, and invest. Tanzania itself has a population of about 18.3 million youth and women aged from 18 to 45. 88% of them have poor spending habits, which is like most of us here. 73% of them have low financial literacy, and 45% of them are financially excluded. Now, over 60% are in need of financial assistance at any time, and these are like the informal sectors that do not have financial statement that back them up whenever they would need a loan. So this is when we decided to build a Mipango app, in which it enables our customers to be able to manage their money across cash, mobile money, and bank transactions, get personalized financial advice, get credit scoring, and this is for the informal sectors, in the sense that through the credit scoring, they can obviously get easy access to loans, access pre-qualified loans, as well as smart savings and spending wallets. It's a quick demo. So our core features are our app is available in both languages, Swahili and English. So we pride ourselves in localization, making sure that we do not leave anyone behind. Our vision is also to introduce blockchain technology, as well as we have AI-powered personalized financial advice, in which, as of now, we enable our customers to be able to know how they have spent their money, when to spend their money, when to cut down their costs and whatnot. We also intend to drive behavior change. We know that becoming a good spender is not an overnight situation. So we take you from one stage to another until you get to attain smart spending habits, as well as link you to pre-qualified loans and financial products. Our business model is both B2C and B2B, whereby we make our money all the way from ads commission to getting commissions from bank, in which we act as a marketplace for financial products within our platform, in which we see, let's say, Agnes has probably used out-of-pocket money to pay for hospital bills. So we prompt Agnes to probably buy insurance. So we prompt Agnes to open an account and whatnot. And for the B2B is we provide personalized financial products for the bank for their customers. We launched our MVP this year, in which we have over $20,000, in which 46% of that are active customers, in the sense of they interact with the application at least once per week. And throughout this year, we have made at least 5,789 revenue, and this is through our channel, which is the ads and commission. Our go-to-market strategy is we drive all the way from creating awareness to loyalty, in the sense of we create awareness through social medias, we drive our interest through target ads and giveaways. We drive the desire to use the application through free trials and product videos. We drive the action through app store and optimization, and create the loyalty through product updates and personalized app messages. Right now, we are at the lean feature live, whereby we have achieved all the way in enabling our customers to be able to track their expenses and manage the expenses, all the way to getting smart notification on when to cut down the expenses, when to get investment, when to seek for loans and whatnot. Our vision is to become a digital bank by year 4, and obviously expand to other countries in Africa. Our market size is currently we're working on the Tanzanian population, in which we are about 60 million. Our target customers are youth and women. There's an area, youth and women, which is over 18 million, who are smartphone users, with a sum of about 2 billion as an opportunity. Our target audience are youth and women, as I said before, aged 18 to 45, with a monthly income of about $100. Low to middle income population that lives in the urban and peri-urban and has or owns a smartphone. Obviously, there are competitive companies that are doing what we are doing in the market. Chums, which is based in Kenya, as well as Kuda, which is based in Nigeria. Kuda is what we hope to become in the future. They provide what we do provide, but what we pride ourselves in is personalization of what we offer to our customers. So the kind of advice or the kind of ads that I will. Time? Okay. Oh, done. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is just our team, and these are our financials. We're now at the year one, and this is what we're raising. 315, which will use 35% in marketing, 50% in product development, and 15% in admin. Done. Thank you.
So actually, the delay, we have half an hour slot for this part. So the delay is not coming from the presentations. And thank you very much, Agnes. And yeah, no questions this time, guys. It's not wanted. So, okay, we have one more startup, and we make it short. The winner of the German Tanzanian Startup Competition 2023, Kusiluka from Smart Darasa, and 2 minutes 59, if it's possible.
Speak slowly this time. Now the quicker. Yeah, this one it is. Oh. Cool. Right. Smart Darasa is a platform that helps students to understand physics, chemistry, biology, and geography practically in an easy and a fun way. Now, I wanted to be a scientist. I was really inspired by Newton, and I studied science subjects and primary and secondary, but I switched to business administration when I was in the university. Now, it sounds funny, but this is a story for hundreds and thousands and millions of African students, and it is because that more than 70% of schools not have laboratories or have unequipped laboratories. And teachers have a hard time teaching STEM in class, and there is a lack of quality STEM teachers. 85% of students cram rather than understand STEM. And it is not surprising to see only 12% of students choose to be doctors and engineers, and the rest of them just like me. Now, Smart Darasa is a platform that looks to solve all the above problems utilizing 2D, 3D, and AR technology. Our 2D technology helps students to understand various processes of things they learn in class, while our 3D technology helps the students to understand the reality of things they learn in class. Our AR technology, our 3D simulations help students to do a full experiment as if they could be doing it in a physical laboratory. And AR technology helps them to do it on their own environment. Now, at the moment, we are working to integrate our practical content with the theoretical aspect of education, creating a seamless way of learning for students and teachers to teach in class. With our platform, we provide easy understanding to students, and also it is accessible to anywhere with a network through a digital device, and it is a very convenient way for teachers to teach STEM in class. So since July 2021, we have raised over $80,000 in form of value, but also in form of cash from Vodacom Tanzania, SmartCodes, and Costec. These are the main partners, and also we have traffic and download. So up to now, we have our beta platform with over 5,000 web visitors, over 2,000 app downloads, and over 900 paying users, creating a revenue of over $9,000. Now, we are now working to create the full platform with partnership with Vodacom and SmartCodes that will take us to the next stage. Our business model for all levels, B2B, B2C, and B2G, involves subscription, and also for other edtech who are B2B looking to integrate our practical content in their platforms. We have our smart APIs whereby they'll be able to use and buy our content and then integrate in their own websites and apps. Also, we have paid ads. These are for organizations, especially schools, looking to target students, and for students who want to use Smart Darasa for free, free. They will go through a guided journey, and the paid ads will be for them. So the management team comprises of 5 individuals with diverse skills and expertise, while the full team has 12 members in total. Elias is our CEO with a bachelor degree in telecom engineering and also has experience in working with different companies and is a full stack developer. I am the Chief Strategy Officer, Kusiluka, with a bachelor degree in business administration and also have an experience in starting my own businesses over the years and also working in different companies. Rose is our COO. She is a STEM teacher and also finishing her bachelor degree in civil engineering, having an experience in working in a STEM institution called Project Inspire. Happiness is our CTO with a bachelor degree in ICT with management. And Samuel is our CFO with a bachelor degree in banking and finance. We have a collection of national and international advisors. Ephraim Swila, leading one of the most successful edtech in Tanzania. Shulesoft, Jumanem Tambalike is a renowned ecosystem player. He has been a good advisor. Tafara Mwandi from USA has created and also sold his own startup. Ian Tarimo, very experienced in 3D, and also Princely, very experienced in AR and virtual reality. So we are raising over $260,000 that will enable us to grow, to modify our platform and also start marketing expansion in Tanzania, also through East Africa. And we're looking to hit $5 million revenue by 2029 by being in at least 10 African countries. And this is Smart Darasa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And we are coming to the last point, the handover of the awards. My colleague Pendo is assisting me. And first of all, we would like to call all the participating startups. So please, applause for Afia Drive, Biashara Makini, Emotion Africa, Leo Leo Gulio Smart, and Taifa Technovation Hub. Please come in front. I see they are still here. Eric, Afia Drive, Biashara Makini, Emotion, Leo Leo, and Taifa. And two startups have the same amount of points. So I would ask Mipango App and Dawa Miknoni to come in front. And we have 2 awards. One is for the third and the other for the second. I would say lady first. So Agnes the second and then Joseph the third. Once more, the winner of yesterday's startup competition, Smart Arasa Kusiluka Aginiwa. One group picture, 1 second, and then we are leaving the stage. Thank you very much. And I hand over to Henry for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Fabian. Wow. Incredible. This is really inspirational stuff. I wasn't um I'm speechless, really. Right. I don't want to get emotional here. I know it's good for the ratings, and I know the comms will be capturing that and throwing it all over the platforms. But yeah, incredible what young people are doing, finding their way through a really challenging labor market space and using the innovation to try and create a solution that will bring not just the finances, but actually will be very much of profound uh, interest and profit to the countries. Yeah, feels really good. Feels really good. Now we've got group photos before we do the closing remarks, and I'm directed to do this because this is an expert stuff. So I've got 4 groups here, and probably best I do it one at a time. So the first group for photos, and it's supposed to be over here. So we need winners and CAS and Launchpad and AHK. So I'm presuming the winners are the winners for the pitch, right? Okay, so we need the winners and representatives from CAS, Launchpad, and AHK to come to the front, please, for the first photo shoot. I guess I can jump into this. Right. Um, all attendees, excluding winners, CAS, Launchpad, and AHK. This is a lot of exclusions here. So it's all attendees, but winners, CAS, Launchpad, and AHK. So basically, everyone who didn't show up from the first photo shoot should come to the front. You're all camera shy, aren't you? So it's everyone who wasn't present in the photo shoot that just took place. Come up front, please. It may well have to be probably 2 rows for that. I don't think we'll have a camera with that wide lens to take all of you, and you don't even fit anyway. So all attendees, please, maybe 2 different rows so we can fit you all in. Tall ones to the back. And those vertically challenged to the front. No one is short. It's just that some are taller than others. Mm. Yeah, do it to the middle of 1B. If the person in front of you is taller than you, then it's a problem. That's the theory of least work. Just make sure the person standing in front of you is not taller than you. Oh, it looks like we've been considered. So Path and Launchpad can go in. What about HK? HK as well. Okay, so no one is like, is that everyone then? Because all attendees, winners, and AHK and LP and CAS would be everyone in the room, wouldn't it? Okay, so it looks like it's everyone to come to the front. It may need 3 rows then. So they're very tall to the back. The mediums in the middle. Oh, chairs are coming in. This is why this is an expert level stuff, isn't it? I wouldn't have thought of that. So you no longer have to call yourself short. You're just sitting on a chair. Okay, so we all join as well. But there's still people excluded. Or there are people. I won't say what I've been told. Right. Okay, I'm joining in. 1 second. So the next one is CAS, Launchpad, AHK, and speakers. So don't go too far. AHK, Launchpad, CAS, and all speakers. We are, would you believe? And Jason, no pressure on you because you're closing. So you've got an opportunity to make this a real German event. It's actually 4:30 now, so we've come to an end. We've done our part. Any minute that you're wasting now is your fault, Jason. And as the government of Tanzania, you would have let the whole entire country down. 60 million people. 2 minutes closing remarks, and then we are leaving on a high. Karibu.
90 seconds. Thank you, everyone. It was an insightful session. It was an eye opener, a brain opener as well, a brain reminder. Much appreciation to Kakunda, Zitjin. Yeah, it was a nice session. For the importance of using BPO to build and create value for innovators. Thank you, Anika. You shared your experiences in Germany on their journey to promote startups and innovators. There was a panel discussion as well. Much appreciation. We got a lot about how to leverage your population to drive digital innovation, how to consider inclusivity in our digital products, in our innovation journeys, and how to attract investors in the region, leveraging digital innovation in the region. But I want to share also my small thought on all the presentation and the discussion. We always talk about digital inclusivity, digital skills, digital innovation. We miss the small part of financial literacy. Most of our innovators don't know anything about financial, even the basics of financial management. They miss that knowledge. They are good in engineering. They are good in software development. They are good in AI. You talk all the technical languages. They are good in that. But ask them the simple basics of financial management. They don't know anything. So that's quite important. We should take it as an important issue to raise awareness to our digital innovation. But there are a number of issues in the last presentation from the National Planning Authority from Uganda. And there are key issues like infrastructure development. That's very important. Our internet penetration is still quite low. It's quite low to realize the inclusivity we are talking about in the digital economy. So it's somewhere we need to work hard as countries in the region, in Africa, and invest more in digital infrastructure. I'm adding 10 seconds. I just looked into the Deutsche Telekom company in Germany, and I was surprised to see they have deployed fiber optic cable for 440,000 kilometers in Germany alone. In Tanzania, we are talking about 15,000 kilometers. So I was thinking, when looking at our geographical coverage, the size of our country and population, when we will reach 400,000 kilometers. So there's a lot of homework to be done, so that when we discuss about digital economy, we are talking of real inclusivity. Without taking much time, thank you very much. I wish you a nice evening. Let's meet again tomorrow. Invite up the session. Thank you very much.
That was brilliant. 90 seconds, I counted it. So well done, Jason. Thank you for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we come to an end of day 2, but not the end of the conference. We are back here tomorrow, same time, and we see the program through. So it's been a great success, and that wouldn't have been possible without your participation, which has been very positive. It's 4:30, just gone 4:30, and we still are very much, energetic and very attentive, and that is credit to you and your commitment to this whole entire theme, which is, as we've seen, is it's regional, it's national, regional, it's international, it's global, and in that spirit, we've coexisted here, and I hope we continue to tomorrow and wrap it up in that same spirit. Tillman, unless you have anything shaking your head there, which is good. It means we don't. And therefore, I thank everyone. Really, I'm not going to name names, but all the crews. There's different crews who are working behind the scenes, making sure that this thing works. It's a bit like a swan, isn't it? When you see a swan floating away, looking all pretty, but they're really paddling hard. You don't get to see how hard they work. So there's a lot of people that you can't see working really hard to make this whole thing possible. The engineers under pressure to make sure the mics are working, batteries are not going off, the technicians for IT to make sure the presentations are working, those who are feeding us and keeping us hydrated, everyone else. I don't want to name names because you always miss a person and they get offended. But for all of you, I would like to thank you on behalf of CAS, on behalf of AHK, on behalf of the Launchpad. I want to wish you a very good afternoon and good evening, and we'll see you all nice and fresh tomorrow. Thank you. Sorry, before you leave, and this is not to bring you back into the conference. However, right on the same, coffee station that we had in the morning, yeah, there is an evening tea and snacks, right? Yeah. So two things are happening at the same time. Those who want to help themselves to a coffee, tea, and snacks, you can proceed and do that. And those facilitators who needed to see the casting behind there for all your expenses and all that sort of conversations, you can still do that at the same time. With a cup of coffee and a cup of tea or a bottle of water, let those two processes happen at the same time. Thank you.